What's up, everybody? Good morning and a happy Wednesday. Halfway through the week, making the turn on this week. Appreciate you tuning in, making us a part of your start. If you're already up and at it, whether you're listening on the radio dials of 105.1 FM, 790 AM, streaming us up online at sportstalk1051.com. You got your Alexa device. Just say, yo, Alexa, play WAYY. Video stream also up and rolling on YouTube. You got the app, all that fun stuff here. Shoe Doctor's bullpen line, rocking and a rolling. Hit us up with some messages over there, 715-830-1912. What do we have on our game plan for us this morning? He's back. Woodruff accepting the qualifying offer from the Milwaukee Brewers. Going to be making a little over $22 million on this one-year qualifying offer. I'll admit, I'm maybe a little surprised. However, though, as Ken Rosenthal did say on social media last night, too, there still is the chance that the Brewers and Brandon Woodruff could agree to a multi-year extension that would lower that number. But nonetheless, that's we talked about it leading up to it. It's a risk for the Brewers because, that's a lot of money. And he joins Christian Yelich as the only other Brewers player currently that's making over $20-some million this year. And remember, you got the $10 million buyout. I mean, you're talking over $30 million Brandon Woodruff's going to be pocketing potentially this year. So that's why I'm maybe a little surprised. But he is the first pitcher in Brewers history to earn north of $20 million for a single season. So we'll see if that's going to stay that way, or if he does maybe potentially, agree to an extension, multi-year extension that lowers that number. I'll be honest, I kind of hope that's the case to lower that number because, we threw out a post-Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question last night on Sports Talk related to this. And I was thinking about this. And really we won't know until we get further in the offseason and such. But with this, does that maybe give you a little bit of confidence that, hey, maybe the Brewers are going to spend a little bit more this year if they're willing to do that for Woodruff? Are they going to spend more this year and maybe get some more players and kind of, quote unquote, push the chips in the middle? And then the other side is like, this just drains my confidence because they're not going to have any more money available. None. I'm actually surprised with the results so far. Maybe it's a lot of optimism out there, but last I checked, it was over 70% of the voters. You got more confidence that the Brewers are actually going to spend more money this year. So I kind of thought it'd be the opposite way, to be honest with you. But hey, maybe you're just pumped and excited that Woodruff's back. I'm glad Woodruff's back. I'm just little surprised that the Brewers would be willing to, at least right now, fork over that much amount of cash. I still feel like there's going to be a multi-year extension coming down the line to lower that. I have this feeling that's going to be the case. So, but nonetheless, take away the money aspect of it. Okay, take away the contract aspect of it. We're all excited that Woodruff's back, right? Now, it'll be interesting because as we talked a little bit about yesterday, Jeff Passan in his offseason big write-up, he did make a note that if Woodruff does accept that qualifying offer, maybe it's more likely than the Brewers would trade Freddie Peralta. Again, I think we're just at the beginning stages. Now, Jeff obviously knows 5 million times more than I do when it comes to this and all of us. But I don't know if I'm ready to say that yet, because I think there's still more at play here. At least that's my gut when it comes to Woodruff and such. So, but we'll hit this up. We'll talk about it. Your thoughts, Your thoughts on Brandon Woodruff back on that number? How do you feel? I mean, okay, if you voted or you didn't vote in that poll, does that maybe give you a little bit of confidence? Like, hey, maybe this is a sign. Maybe this is a sign that Brewers might spend a little bit more this year, or maybe it's also a sign for you to like, yeah, good luck now because they ain't going to have anything left in their budget. So, baseball talk coming at you here this morning. We'll hit that up. Bucks got the news yesterday. I guess kind of the better of some other options out there, but Giannis is going to be out a couple weeks. So that likely out 2 weeks with the groin strain, according to a head coach, Doc Rivers. So, but it sounds like it could have been a whole lot worse. And it kind of sounds like maybe they dodged a little bit of a bullet. But Doc Rivers said in the podcast Courtside with Gail Clappa that it went pretty well. I don't know what grade the strain is, but I know it's not a bad one, so that's good news for us. But he's still probably 2 weeks he'll be out, and we'll see. Hopefully less, but most likely in that area. So with that, and this is a stretch run here, too, that we've talked about that I think is kind of a good early litmus test. And so far, the Bucks have failed because they've lost to the Lakers and they've lost to the Cavs, but now you're going to be losing Giannis here for a stretch run. You've got Philadelphia Thursday. You've got the Pistons on Saturday, the top team in the East. Portland, Miami, Knicks, Nets, and then Wizards. 4 of the next 5 games feature the top 7 teams in the Eastern Conference. So, can the Bucks tread some water, come away with a winning record without Giannis in the lineup here for the next couple of weeks? That will be the big question. So we'll talk some hoops. We've got some football chat on the docket. Packers returning to practice later today. We will see if maybe Jaden Reed could potentially return to practice. We will see maybe if Marshawn Lloyd is a guy that's going to be able to return to practice. I think, other guys that we're kind of waiting to see is Josh Jacobs going to be able to go? Are they just going to kind of keep him out and then not push it? How does Jordan Love? You got guys that I think, Jordan Love's going to play this weekend, but how do they kind of manage it here with Love going forward? I think Minnesota's a must-win. I don't know if I'm over-exaggerating that at all. I don't know what the rest of you think, but I feel like Minnesota is a must-win for Green Bay. Just kind of looking at these last 7 games here, and we know it's a tough schedule, a ton of division games. Right now, the Packers 1-0 in the division, so I view this as a must-win. I view it as a must-win, considering we've got Detroit on a short week for Thanksgiving next week. So I want to talk not only just some of that, but a couple players here in the secondary. So we've really focused on, kind of the more so on the negative side because of some poor play and such. But we've talked a lot about Nate Hobbs and Keyshawn Nixon and maybe some of their shortcomings this season and that. But I want to talk about a couple of dudes in the secondary for Green Bay that I think are kind of flying a little bit under the radar in terms of how well they have been playing lately. One of them is Carrington Valentine. If you look at his last couple weeks, I mean, he has been lights out. But you look at his Pro Football Focus grade, and I'll be honest, it kind of surprised me how well he has been. Pro Football Focus has him ranked as the 5th highest graded corner. 5th out of 108 so far. In his last 2 weeks, according to Pro Football Focus, 8 targets, 2 catches, 15 yards. I'll admit, that surprised me a little bit, that's how high he was graded. And then you've got I think Javon Bullard. I think he has been playing some fantastic football down, in these last few weeks here. And I saw this number too. Among players with at least 100 snaps playing in that nickel spot or in that slot spot, no one has lower yards per snap allowed than Javon Bullard. So for all the talk about Keyshawn and Nate Hobbs, maybe Green Bay has something here with Javon Bullard and Carrington Valentine. Let's give those guys some flowers here. So I want to talk a little bit about those two guys and what they have meant to this defense. Kind of give them some flowers because I think we focus a lot on the maybe the negative sides or the poor play from some people and such. But I think you can make the case that these two are playing some really solid football as of late. So we'll hit that up. It is a Wednesday morning, which means, am I wrong? Give me your sports take, your sports opinion that you would end by saying, am I wrong for believing that? Am I wrong for saying that? Send it on over. All right. I know we talked a lot about Jordan Love yesterday, so maybe you want to revisit that, but send that on over. We'll do a little chalk talk coming up later on as well. So plenty to get to here this morning. Let's jump right into it, shall we? Lots to chat about. And, hey, it's a Wild Card Wednesday, too. So you got a topic, you read something, you heard something, you saw something, you're like, wonder what the rest of our armchair MVPs out there think about this. You got a topic idea, you got a thought that you want to throw out for everybody else to kind of get their opinions? Send them on over. It's a Wild Card Wednesday, so let's go ahead and do it, okay? Text those, or you can comment on the video stream. Plenty to get to here. We'll talk some Brandon Woodruff and some Brewers. We'll talk some Giannis and Bucks, little green and gold, all that fun stuff. So quick break, and then we'll get things going on the leadoff coming up after these quick words. We'll be doing a Tailgate Roadshow this Friday from Hy-Vee in Eau Claire, as a lot of us will be getting set to head to deer camp that day before the opener on Saturday. So if you need to stop by and get some supplies for camp and such, hit up Hy-Vee. Come by. I might have a few Sports Talk Blaze Orange stocky caps. May not need it for the opener, but the following weekend sounds like it's going to be pretty cold. So, but still got to wear a Blaze Orange hat. Just throwing that out there, though, too. So, but anyways, stop by. Say hi. I got some other stuff that we're going to be passing out, but also we're going to be taking donations to help buy turkeys for those in our area that could use a little extra helping hand. And we're going to be passing out those turkeys at next Tuesday from 9 to 11 at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. So, but this Friday, a couple days from now, we'll be doing the program from Hy-Vee. And if you want to drop by and make a donation or just come by, say hi while you get your supplies for deer camp coming up this weekend. So, Brandon Woodruff's back. Let's lead that off. Talk a little baseball here this morning. Brandon Woodruff staying with the Brewers after accepting the $22.025 million one-year qualifying offer. And this is actually kind of rare. I was reading this from Adam McCulvey from Brewers.com, and as he noted, before this year, it was quite rare for a player to accept a qualifying offer. Only 14 of the 144 players had accepted from the time the system was implemented in 2012 to 2024. But this was a different year, with 4 of the 13 players who were extended offers opting to accept. And Brandon Woodruff is a very unique case here, too, because let's kind of regroup and go over this whole process. So, first off, Brandon Woodruff declined his half of a $20 million mutual option for 2026 and took a $10 million buyout instead. Now, that was a little bit of a gamble on himself, too, because he had been limited to just 12 starts over the last 2 seasons, missed all of 2024, first half of 2025. So the Brewers countered by giving him this qualifying offer, which if he had declined it, it would have attached, or Brewers would have gotten some draft related penalties to any club signing Brandon Woodruff in free agency, while netting the Brewers an extra top pick in case Brandon Woodruff went elsewhere. And according to McCulvey here, he also said Brewers officials considered it a toss-up whether he would accept, but a win for the club either way. So if he declined, the Brewers would have had a pick. If he accepted, Woodruff would return to lead the rotation. Well, we know now, Woodruff accepted, and he will be the first Brewers pitcher in team history to earn more than $20 million for a single season. $20 million. So, I don't know, maybe kind of a good gamble for Woodruff in one aspect, because he took $10 million, opted out, okay? Opted out of a $20 million, I think it was a mutual option, but he opted out, gets $10 million, and then takes the qualifying offer. I'm not good at math, but that math tells me that dude's getting about $30 million as of right now. So there's still a part of me that believes that they're going to agree to a multi-year extension. Now, it could just be like a 2-year type of thing, 3-year, whatever the case may be, and they'll lower that per year. But as of right now, when we look at this, that's a big chunk of change for a guy who's made, 12 starts in these last couple of years. But it probably also gives a sense that the optimism or the Brewers are very optimistic about Brandon Woodruff for this upcoming season, even though he missed the postseason because of, shoulder issue and such too. Or oblique, was was it the oblique? Anyways, missed the postseason. So I would imagine Brewers are optimistic about him coming back and kind of picking up where he had left off. So you could look at this a few different ways. You really could. You could look at it like, well, Brewers maybe got that one wrong. They lost that gamble because now they're on the hook for, about $30 million when you factor in the buyout and then the qualifying offer sort of thing. Or you can look at it like, all right, so they could kind of control him now, if you will. Kind of, he accepted that, so they control him, and now they can work on this multi-year deal. But it probably also gave a sense that, because I would imagine Woodruff's agent gauged the market, right? Gauged the free agent market to see and kind of maybe talk to some teams to see, hey, what do you view Woodruff in terms of value? What do you view him in terms of money? What would you be willing to give him? And I would imagine that they probably didn't get the feedback or the news that they were looking for, the dollars that they were potentially looking for. I don't know what those would have been, but I would imagine it was probably lower than what they were hoping for if they were going to enter free agency, so they accepted the qualifying offer. That's my guess, is that his agent did some digging, went around, got kind of a sense of what Woodruff would fetch on the free agent market, and it wasn't the numbers they were looking for or what they were hoping for. So you accept it, you're at least guaranteed this little, $20 million. But again, there's just this part of me, and maybe it's just I want to believe it. Maybe I want to believe this. But there's just this part of me that I really wonder, are we going to see an agreement to a multi-year extension to lower that number? Just a little, wink, nudge, nudge, handshake sort of thing, like, hey, because in an ideal world, and this is where I'm probably wishing and hoping that this is going to happen, but in an ideal world, maybe Woodruff's like, hey, you guys took care of me when you didn't have to. You signed me to a 2-year deal when you didn't have to, and I couldn't play that first year. You stuck with me. Second year, such, I want to stay here. Yep, I'll take a little less maybe just to stay. Maybe that's me being wishful thinking, but I understand it's also a business and it's very rare for players to do that. They want to try to cash in and get as much as possible, and I respect that, and I get it. Because you know what? A lot of us would probably do the same thing. Right? You can kind of say, no, a lot of us would probably do the same thing. And maybe there would be, you know what, I'm going to take a little less because I want to stay here. I want to be happy. I'm happy here. That's in play too for a lot of people. There's no question about it. But at the same time, probably wants to try to get as much possible, but also be in a situation that he's going to be comfortable in. So does this give us any inclination? Does this give us a sign of potentially what the Brewers are going to do for the rest of the offseason if they're willing to, throw that qualifying out there, knowing that's a risk that Woodruff could take it, and now he has taken it? Is that a sign that, hey, maybe they are going to throw some more cash out there this offseason and bring in some other players? Or is it a sign, though, too, that, oh, boy, now they don't have any other money to go out there and spend? I'll be honest, my first, just based off of, I guess more times than not, I'd probably look at it as I don't know what else they would do now in free agency unless they can find some bargains out there. Because you also have to factor in arbitration, like a Contreras arbitration. You got to factor in some of those dollars because it's probably going to be fairly decent, fairly high. And I know you're kind of getting by with some of your younger guys, like your pitchers and, the Turangs and Freliks and such. So you're kind of getting by with that. Caleb Durbin's. But, boy, I have no idea. I have no idea if this gives us a sign. It does not paint a clear picture for me. It does not give me a clear sign of what the Brewers' plans are going to be for this offseason, because that is the biggest question. It's not just, who are they going to sign and that sort of thing. It's how willing or how much are they going to, quote unquote, go for it after winning 97 games, after advancing to the NLCS, getting the top spot in a competitive division where we saw 3 teams in their division get to the postseason. Does that push the needle a little bit more? Do the Brewers stand pat because that's their philosophy of, hey, we're not going to overspend. We want to make sure that we're competitive for years to come. I don't know right now. As of November 19th, I don't know. I don't have a good gauge on this. I guess if I were to pick, I'd probably say they're not going to do a whole 2018 or 2011 type of offseason. 11 when you bring in Greinke and Markham or trade for Yelich and sign Kane. If I had to pick, it's probably not going to be like that. Like I would love, the other day, like I was mentioning, Ryan O'Hearn, I would love that type of an addition. After that, it's tough. And then you factor in the 2027 potential work stoppage, strike, and such. It's a very confusing type of offseason. There's no question. And maybe that factored into a lot of guys this year taking that qualifying offer to get a little bit of a pay raise for this year alone because the uncertainty of 2027. And I know Jeff Passan mentioned in his big offseason write-up, if Woodruff, and this was from yesterday, but if Woodruff did pick up that qualifying offer, maybe it makes it more likely for the Brewers to trade Freddie Peralta. I don't know if I'm at that level yet because Freddie Peralta is still pretty darn cheap at $8 million. I get it. It's like, okay, we got this veteran back to lead the team, to lead the rotation. Maybe now we look at trading Peralta to get more assets to help out the team. Try to get something in return. Maybe. I understand that thinking, but at the same time, you're still getting Peralta pretty darn cheap for this season. Pretty darn cheap. So I understand both sides. I really do. And I still think it's going to be one of those. Okay, if Woodruff's locked up now, at least for 1 year. I don't think this means that Matt Arnold is going to all of a sudden now be more aggressive in looking to try to trade Freddie Peralta. I think it's still going to be the same thing. Hey, you want to call me and make an offer? Call and make an offer. But I'm not actively shopping. I still feel like that's going to be the stance with this team. But overall, I'm glad Brandon Woodruff's back. You take away the contract, you take away the numbers, I'm glad he's back. He makes the team better. Yes, it's a risk with the injury such. I get that, and I understand that. But I'm glad he's back because he is a good pitcher, and he's going to help this ball club for 2026. And I think as of right now, knock on wood, he's going to be healthy for spring training, should be healthy for opening day, opening weekend. And we don't have to wait till May, June, July to see him back in action. He's going to be able to help out the team right away. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll have more baseball chats. We've got hoops chat. We've got football chat. We got a lot more coming up after these quick words. This holiday season, give your home a fresh new look with Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. Whether it's that cozy carpet for the living room, maybe some stylish luxury vinyl planks for the dining room, durable vinyl for some high-traffic areas, Carpet City Flooring Center has the perfect flooring to make your home warm and welcoming for family and friends. Their experienced team will help you choose the right style, guide you through everything, provide professional installation, and making it so simple to get your home holiday ready without stress. With quality products, fair pricing, and service that you can trust, Carpet City Flooring Center has been helping owners in the Chippewa Valley transform their spaces for years. Don't wait. Stop by today and see their wide selection, or you can check them out online at carpetcitywi.com. Carpet City Flooring Center, bringing warmth, style, and comfort to your home. All right. So don't forget, it is also am I wrong? Am I wrong? Give me your bold sports takes or sports opinion or sports thoughts and send it on over. Send it on over. See if the rest of us maybe agree or disagree. Steve from Eau Claire, let me bring it up here, but Steve from Eau Claire says, am I wrong? We are spending $32 million on a pitcher for 1 year. What is the chance he will even pitch a full season? Drew says the man wanted to make sure he got one more good paycheck before a potential work stoppage in 2027, and I can't blame him one bit for that since he's close to retiring anyways. So that's the thing. I'm here. Not my money. It's not my money, so I don't care. Spend it how they want. Not my money. I'm just glad that they're spending money. That's the way I'm kind of looking at it, though, too, when it comes to Woodruff. We complain about ownership, maybe not spending as much money and such, and I get it. We can say, well, are they spending it the right way? And, yeah, I totally understand that, and I totally get that thinking. But I'm not going to be too up in arms about, well, why are they giving him all that money? Not my money. So, but I still feel there's this pit in my stomach, this gut. My gut's telling me I think we're going to see kind of an extension. Just me. To lower that. Just say it. That's me. So, continue to send me your thoughts, though, on Brandon Woodruff if you'd like. Hit me up with a text, 715-830-1912, or you can hit us up on the YouTube video stream. So, yesterday, switching gears here just a little bit, Doc Rivers saying Giannis is going to be out for around 2 weeks. They're hoping maybe potentially it could be shorter, but it sounds like it's going to be 2 weeks with a mild or a grade. I think I saw grade 1 was the official diagnosis, a grade 1 strain. I think was it Shams. And I know when it comes to Shams and Giannis stuff, Bucks fans kind of roll their eyes and such when it comes to that. But for what it's worth, Shams from ESPN said that Giannis sustained a low-grade left groin strain and will miss 1 to 2 weeks. Positive outcome after test Tuesday for Giannis, who is the only player in the NBA averaging 30 points and 10 rebounds. That kind of surprised me that he is the only player right now, and I think this ends up changing. That can't – oh, yeah, it's good. I mean, that's so up and down because I'm like, where's the Joker on this thing? Well, the Joker's averaging 29.2 points per game and 13.4 rebounds per game. So it's like, okay. This to me is I look at the Joker here too and see it's just we talk about maybe taking people for granted or some of these great players for granted and such. You got a big man who is 7th in scoring, averaging 29.2 points per game. First in rebounds at 13.4 rebounds per game. First in assists, 11.1 dimes a game. This is rare. What we are seeing from the Joker in Denver This is some rare stuff. I know he's not a Buck player or a Bucks player. I know different conference. Maybe if you're a Timberwolves fan, you're like, no, can't root for the Nuggets in that. I understand that. But from a player aspect, this is rare to see this from a guy of this caliber. And you're talking about a guard in a center's body. Down the line, and it's already kind of being talked about and discussed, but when you talk about some of the all-time greats at that center position, at that big position, man, where does the Joker fit in? Where does he fit in this thing? Because you got different types of centers. That's the unique part of this position in the NBA when you look at it from an overall historical standpoint. You see the Joker with what he's doing, averaging a triple-double for crying out loud. You got Shaq, who, double-double, just a dominant, low-post type of player. Joker obviously has the outside game. You got the Dream Olajuwon with the sweet, footwork down there, turnaround fadeaways. Bill Russell, a smaller, big man, 6'9", but just absolutely dominant on the boards. You got a Kareem with the skyhook. You got a Wilt Chamberlain. All these different types of centers. That might be a good question. For you basketball fans, okay, I know they're out there. I know you're out there. You're quiet at times. Basketball fans, you have one center to pick all time. Throw in the Joker in this thing. Who you picking? You picking the Joker who averages a triple-double and can dish it? You picking a dominant, maybe perhaps the most physically dominant center in Shaq? Kareem, a scoring machine. Olajuwon with the footwork, a great passer. I think underrated passer too. But I think that's going to be such a fascinating discussion when the Joker's career's over with and you look at him compared to other centers because he's different. He's different than a lot of these all-time great centers that people talk about. It boggles my mind every time I pop up or bring up his numbers and stats and just see that. It's just, oh. But anyways, back to Giannis here. Talk about unicorns and big-time players or MVP-type players with the Joker. Obviously, Giannis missing time for the Bucks, I think, is going to be a huge loss for the next couple weeks because we talked about the upcoming schedule. We've looked at it with these matchups. It's an early litmus test here for the Bucks going up against some of the best teams so far that we've seen in the early stages of this season. And right now, the Bucks haven't been playing up to that level. I mean, they lose to the Lakers. They lose to the Cavaliers again. Cavs have their number. Now you got the 76ers. Pistons coming up, which right now, best team record-wise in the Eastern Conference. It's a tough schedule coming up here for the Bucks. You throw in the Knicks. Throw in the Heat. 4 of the next 5 games, they feature teams currently in the top 7 in the Eastern Conference. That's Philly. That's Detroit. Miami, the Knicks. Can this Bucks team tread water? Can they keep their head above water? Have a winning record before Giannis comes back? It can't be just one person that kind of takes over. They don't have that person. Miles Turner is going to have to elevate his game more. Kyle Kuzma is going to have to be more consistent, elevate his game more. Bobby Portis. Ryan Rollins is almost going to just have to continue to do what he's doing because he's been such a nice surprise for this Bucks team so far. AJ Green, Gary Trent Jr. One person can't fill the shoes of Giannis. Everybody has to elevate their game one more level. But specifically, I'm looking at the guys like Miles Turner, Kuzma, to just be consistent. Bobby Portis, those guys. They have to lead this charge. All right, we'll take a quick break as we wrap up the first hour. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Looking for a great place to gather with friends, enjoy a meal, or catch your favorite game? The VFW Post at 305 in Eau Claire, Star Avenue in Eau Claire, has you covered. From delicious food and drinks to community events and entertainment, there's something for everyone. Bring your family, meet your neighbors, or just relax and enjoy the friendly atmosphere. VFW Post 305, your local spot for food, fun, and community in Eau Claire. And don't forget to keep the dates open on your schedules for our Festivus program from VFW Post 305, December 23rd. Brandon and I will be there the entire time, 6A, 10A. A lot of stuff planned, including the feats of strength. Anybody want to do the wing challenge this year? Surveyor says he's going to do it with C-Bomb. He's already nominated C-Bomb. C-Bomb, I don't know if you know that, but Surveyor said that last week that he's throwing you in there. So we got two. We got two there. We'll have the metal pole for the airing of grievances. All that good stuff that comes from our Festivus program. So, coming up, I want to talk a little football. I want to talk a little Carrington Valentine specifically, and just kind of give him some flowers and give him some credit for the type of season that I think that he's having, and maybe flying a little bit under the radar from some peeps, from some fans and such. A couple texts, Benjamin and EC. Giannis is the greatest role model and performance athlete Wisconsin professional sports has ever had. Am I wrong? What do you think, peeps? Is Benjamin and EC wrong? Greatest role model and performance athlete Wisconsin professional sports has ever had. I'll throw one name that I think, now I get it from a performance standpoint, he's probably not at the same level, but in terms of athlete and in terms of accomplishments, I'd throw Bart Starr in there. But I get it from, athlete-wise, Giannis is the better athlete. And I think that's what Benjamin's asking, like the combination between the two. Another texter said, Shaq would be my pick. He would be at the free throw line every drive with the way it's called today. Not to mention, if he would work as hard as Kobe or Jordan, he would undoubtedly be the GOAT. Well, I guess the counter to that, though, is do you want Shaq at the line? He stinks. He stunk at the line. So I don't know if you'd want him at the line. And the other thing, too, like in today's game with everybody, spreading out and you got big men playing behind the arc. How good would Shaq be? Maybe that's another question. How good would Shaq be in today's game, specifically from a defensive side? I think he could be dominant from an offensive standpoint. But what about from a defensive standpoint? Maybe prime Shaq, younger Shaq. Like Orlando Magic Shaq. But even a little bit towards the end of the Lakers one, dude would get big. I don't know. That's an interesting thought. Something to ponder, just a little bit. Hey, continue to send me your Am I Wrongs. Am I wrong? Give me a bold sports statement or just a sports opinion that, hey, this is what I think. All right. Also, it is a Wild Card Wednesday, so any other thoughts, topics at hand that you would like to throw out there? Want to get the gauge of the rest of the armchair MVPs? Please send those on over too. So we'll get to some more of that coming up here a little bit later on. Do want to talk some football coming up at the top of the hour. As I mentioned, Carrington Valentine Packers going to be returning to practice today. We'll see if today is the day that maybe Jaden Reed, possibly Marshawn Lloyd, return to practice, and that 21-day practice window opens up. Even if they do today, I would not expect them to play against Minnesota this weekend. I wouldn't probably expect that, but we'd like to obviously get those guys back in hand and such. So just a couple minutes to the top of the hour. Good morning, Morks.
Hey, what sport do you think has the roughest practices? Do you remember, like, from your own personal experience?
It'd probably be football, but it's changed so much now.
Okay, meaning?
You can't hit as much anymore.
Okay, so you felt like just beat up before. Because I think right now, Siggy particularly, she's, in all the sports. We're talking about practices. This child comes home more beat up from practice than from most of the games. Now, do you remember back in your high school days or your playing days what you dreaded the most about practices?
Running.
Right. Still. So
Ladders or touchdowns. Yeah.
bingo. I was just going to say ladder. We used to call them suicides. I don't think you can call them that anymore.
Yeah.
But you run those and do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That was by far
Hated
the
it.
worst. Or did your coaches ever do that thing where if one person screwed up, then everybody ran?
We had to do it like in basketball. Some of it was they'd pick a couple guys to go to the free throw line. If you would make them, then you wouldn't have to do as many. But if you missed, you had everybody to do more.
That's so much pressure.
Yeah.
So how many of those would you say was your average? Like, did you have a good sink average on those shots, or did you just like buckle because?
Free throws, I was awesome until that point.
Right. That's what I'm saying, because the
I
pressure
remember
just.
one practice, I had so many people pissed at me.
Because how many times did you run? You probably remember.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was probably about 5 touchdowns.
Yeah. Now, do you think if you had to pick the most physical sport, it would be basketball? Aside from the hitting in football and, that kind of thing, what do you think is the hardest to get acclimated to when you start a new season, like when you're getting back into the groove?
The two I haven't played, but I would imagine it's got to be just exhausting, would be hockey and wrestling.
Right.
I would imagine soccer's got to be in there too.
Because you're constantly moving.
Right.
I mean, and notice the word baseball hasn't come up because they get a bad rep anyway for not having physical practices. But coming off of the bench and getting back into a new season, I think
especially this time of year too, because we have the winter sports seasons wrapping up with football, or the fall sports wrapping up, but it's so quick. Like hockey's starting and basketball starting, so like a lot of these football players are not even getting a break.
No,
and they
they're
just got to jump right
taking
into
their
it.
helmets off and getting right into the next season.
We already have girls' high school basketball games already in the books.
Oh yeah, I was in Osceola earlier this week for some scrimmage action, and the games start tonight. So it feels perpetual now. Though there used to be more defined seasons, and I feel like with travel leagues and weekend stuff, it's more like in perpetuity. People are in sports for the entire season and stuff.
Right.
Was there a sport you dreaded getting started in more than the others?
I don't think so.
No? You were ready to switch gears by the time the new season rolled around?
Maybe just because, fall, because that was the end of summer a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like, school's coming back, so.
What did you look forward to the most? What sport?
Golf.
Okay, there's a practice that nobody
We had
is
to run
feeling
a mile.
bad for you in.
We had to run a mile.
Once?
Coach V,
Total
if you're
over
listening,
the season?
No. Don't have time to go through it.
Ooh.
Second hour kicking off right now on this Making a Turn Wednesday. Thanks for hanging out with us. Coming up, we'll get to a little football chat here, but continue to send me your thoughts on the Brewers and Brandon Woodruff. Brandon Woodruff's back with the Brew Crew, accepting his qualifying offer, as Ken Rosenthal, though, did say yesterday, too. That means the Brewers and Brandon Woodruff could still agree to a multi-year deal that would lower that figure. So we'll see how it all kind of plays out, but let me know your thoughts. Text them on over, 715-830-1912, or you can join in on the YouTube video stream. It is a Am I Wrong Wednesday? Yeah, Am I Wrong Wednesday. John says, am I wrong, or the NFL secretly likes when the Cowboys are mediocre? Think about it. They get insane ratings, whether Dallas is good or bad. A Cowboys collapse is must-watch TV. Every talking head gets a full week of content when they blow a lead. The league benefits more from Dallas drama than Dallas dominance. I mean, I think it's just part of the whole, all news is good news sort of thing. I mean, it draws attention. They're one of the most, if not the most popular teams in all of sports world. So yeah, I think anything that kind of surrounds the Cowboys, it's probably good news. But I get what you're saying, John. Like if they're down, it gets more talk. Because I've always said this: Monday mornings, more listeners chime in after a Packers loss than a Packers win. More people want to vent about it instead of, if it's a loss, there's more people that want to vent instead of after a win. More people want to be pumped up about it. Because think about it though too, after a loss, there's probably more to say. There's more to scrutinize. There's more to, talk about, if you will. This went wrong. Why'd they do this? How did they do? What are they thinking here? There's more to gripe about after a loss or mediocre, or even after the Giants game. It was a win, but it was but still. So, I mean, when you have one of the most popular teams, and again, if not the most popular team in all of sports, throw Yankees and such in there too, and they're mediocre or not playing well, there's more to talk about. So there is going to be more attention to it. And I think, again, the example I threw out there, I've said it for years. Monday morning, after a Packers loss, I come in and I load up this texting line, and there's already messages waiting. After a win, not so much. Just because there's more to say after a loss than I think there is after a win. Or people want to talk about it more and kind of vent about it a little bit more. Nick says, am I wrong for thinking the Packers offense would be more lethal and consistent with Malik Willis being more involved? I guess if it were me, I'd probably say wrong. How much more lethal are we talking, or that, and consistency? So I don't know. Because, I mean, how many plays are you talking about? You're not putting Malik Willis in for half the snaps. That's not going to happen. And again, I think for Malik Willis, it's when he's in, it kind of tips the hand of what you're probably going to be doing with him. So I'd probably say wrong on that one, but that's just me. Hey, one player I wanted to kind of give some flowers to, talk a little positive here, Carrington Valentine. So obviously, we've talked about the secondary and the cornerback situation at length for the last few weeks and such. Nate Hobbs not looking like the greatest signing in the world. Is Keyshawn Nixon a legit number one? Those topics have all been floated out there and such. But what about Carrington Valentine, who is getting more reps as of late, getting more starts? And all he has done has taken advantage of this opportunity, and he's put together some very good performances, some solid performances. In fact, and this actually surprised me that I thought he'd be graded fairly high. I didn't think he'd be graded this high. But if you use Pro Football Focus as a measuring stick, Pro Football Focus has him ranked as the 5th best corner out of 108 corners so far in the NFL. And when you look at the last couple of weeks when it's come to Carrington Valentine, teams have kind of avoided him a little bit, and they haven't had a ton of success going up against him. Last 2 weeks, just 8 targets, 2 catches, and 15 yards. I mean, that's pretty impressive. Yep, he had a couple drop picks against the Giants this past week. Would like to at least have one of those picks. But from a coverage standpoint, from a play standpoint, you can't argue with what Carrington Valentine has done for this ball club on the defensive side. Even when Nate Hobbs goes, there is no way you take Carrington Valentine off the field. There's just no way. I think it. And this is my. Am I wrong? Am I wrong when I say I believe Carrington Valentine is the number 1 corner on this team? As of right now, Carrington Valentine to me is the number 1 corner on this team. When you look at how he has played, you can look at the grades. Anybody, I mean, passes the eye test. Anybody who's watched these games, you see Carrington Valentine on the field, and you see his play. To me, he is the number 1 corner. Now, is that a number 1 corner on, some other teams in that? Debatable. Probably not. Still feel like they could probably upgrade at that position overall. But right now, Carrington Valentine, dude is balling. And I know he probably annoys some people with maybe some of his antics on the field and that, and maybe a little. I don't give a rip about that. As long as you back it up, I don't care if guys talk or maybe show a little cockiness on the field. As long as you back it up with your play, go for it. I don't care. And right now, Carrington is doing that. Yeah, he jaws a little bit. I think for that position, you kind of have to because wide receivers also do it. I mean, it goes back and forth. Everybody, for crying out loud, does it. Maybe except Jordy Nelson back in the day, unless he was kind of like a Larry Bird and we didn't, it was like, what, really? Never found out about it, but still. I've got no problem, and I've seen some people, at least on social media, say that. I'm like, the thing that does bug me, though, about corners, I will say this, not to get off on a tangent. If you get blown by, a wide receiver just gets by you, and you're like 5 yards behind the guy, and he drops a pass or the quarterback overthrows him, and then the corner starts to celebrate, you didn't do anything. You got lucky. That one, you just kind of like go, thank gosh. That's what bugs me is when I see corners or, when the receiver just completely drops it and they celebrate like they had anything to do with it. Then that's annoying. It's like, stop. Count your lucky stars. Get back to the huddle. But even when Nate Hobbs comes back and such, there's absolutely no way Carrington Valentine should be off that field. And I would even argue right now to go to another player, when Nate Hobbs comes back, do you take Javon Bullard off? Because when they benched Hobbs for Carrington Valentine, then the next game they kind of incorporated Hobbs a little bit in the slot, nickel roll. But you look at Javon Bullard right now, and Javon Bullard is playing some solid football. He is playing some really, really good football. In fact, how about this nugget? Corners who, when you look, and I know there's advanced numbers and stuff and all that, but passer rating allowed, yards allowed per coverage snap. Javon Bullard, of all the guys who line up in the slot and the nickel, tops. Not allowing a lot of yards off the line of scrimmage. It's like, okay. And this is a guy, too, I know in the beginning of the year kind of went up against more tight ends and such, and I thought maybe it was getting off to a slower start. But the guy has been playing some really good football, and you got to tip your cap to him. That guy is doing a really, really good job. And I think he is. And remember, he came in safety. Packers last year as a rookie, putting him more at that slot, that nickel role. And then with Evan Williams getting hurt, was going back and forth between safety and that. I don't think that helped him out a whole lot. This year, because of the health of Evan Williams staying back there and not having to shuffle around a lot of that, safeties and corners back and forth, I think Javon Bullard has settled in nicely in this role, and I think has played some really good football as well. And I'll be honest, I kind of questioned at the beginning of the year whether is this the right guy to be playing here? Should Nate Hobbs go back to that nickel role, that slot role? And, when he was signed in free agency, that was kind of, his that's what he was known for with the Raiders, better playing a nickel guy instead of an outside, but the Packers were going to try him on outside in that. But even with Hobbs coming back, I don't think you take Javon Bullard off the field either. Among players with at least 100 snaps in the slot spots, no one has a lower yards per snap allowed than Javon Bullard, 0.64. Dude is balling. Him and Carrington Valentine right now are absolutely balling. For what it's worth, I did look up Keyshawn Nixon's Pro Football Focus grade, and it actually was a little bit higher than I thought it was going to be. He is graded as the 29th best corner in all of football, 68.5. That is a little bit higher than or better than I thought it was going to be. So how would you assess the job that Keyshawn Nixon has done so far this year? A lot of pass breakups. But, you even look at that Giants game, and Keyshawn graded out well from Pro Football Focus, I believe top 5. But it sure seemed like the Giants were trying to target Keyshawn more than Carrington Valentine. And it's going to be interesting kind of going forward if it is Keyshawn and Carrington playing primarily on the outside. Who do teams target more? Who do they try to attack a little bit more? Who do they try to expose a little bit more? But for all the issues, a lot of the question marks that we have had surrounding this secondary, these corners specifically, let's give some flowers to Carrington Valentine. Let's give some flowers to Javon Bullard, because I think they have been just playing some awesome, awesome, awesome football. All right, we got to take a quick break. Continue to send us your comments, your thoughts, all that fun stuff. We'll talk some more football. Packers returning to practice today. Could we see Jaden Reed come back and open up that 21-day window? Maybe a little Marshawn Lloyd. Statuses on Josh Jacobs and others. We'll hit that up. Coming up in a little bit. Winter is coming. Is your vehicle ready for some holiday travel? At AJM Automotive in Eau Claire, their expert technicians will make sure your car is prepared for snow, ice, and long trips. From brake checks and tire changes to battery tests and fluid inspections, they've got you covered. And if you do run into trouble, AJM Automotive offers towing services to get you safely off the road. Don't wait. Just give them a call, 715-835-9523. Or stop by today at 1919 Brackett Avenue in Eau Claire. AJM Automotive, keeping you safe on the road and ready for winter. I'll get to your texts coming up here in just a little bit. We'll can talk some football. You're on 4. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. I have a voice today. So unlike I believe that was last week when just didn't have a voice. But I am going to Lambeau this weekend with my lovely wife. So next week I probably won't have a voice.
All right. Well, we'll see. Hopefully you do. Hopefully you don't have to get on them too hard.
Well, yeah. So, well, I will tell you, though, you and I had a conversation this week. One of the friends of the show, Clay from Service Master, talked about the fact that it was almost painful to listen to me last week. So hopefully the melodious tones are better this morning.
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you this question that a lot of people are asking. Do you try to incorporate Malik Willis into this offense more?
It's not a bad thought. And I heard you earlier this morning. When you talk about incorporating Malik Willis, you're talking about maybe 2 to 3 plays a game. Mm-hmm. All right. You're not talking about, like I think you said earlier,
like half the snaps.
You're not, and those that were calling for Malik Willis to play over Jordan Love when Jordan Love's healthy, just stop.
Yeah.
Just go back to bed. Stop. Mm-hmm. Okay. Just if you're going to go down that path, go back to bed. And so I don't think it would hurt. And again, I don't think it's something that you do all the time. I think it's a game by game situation.
I just think that the Giants one played out perfectly because they're an awful run defense. And when you have Malik Willis in there, you have to at least have the threat of the run involved in it because that's why he's out there, right? Mm-hmm. To use his athleticism and his legs.
Yeah, no doubt. And look, tip my hat to Goody for going out and getting him last year, I believe, for a 7th-round pick. Mm-hmm. So tip, and look what he did last year. He comes in and is a spark. And from what everyone says at 1265, he's a true pro as well, which I think is really cool. The way he prepares for the game and the way he goes about himself. And so would I incorporate it? Sometimes, absolutely. Why not? Mm-hmm. But I think it's a game-by-game situation. I think it's a defense-by-defense situation. And so I don't think it's something where, okay, well, every week we're going to see 2 out there with a handful of snaps. No, I think it's game by game. And I think he does bring something else to the table. And, I thought it was interesting, Dan, that this morning, I believe it was Pete Doherty, wrote an article at the Green Bay Press-Gazette about Malik Willis, because he's a free agent after this year. And talking about, again, how he comes in and he's a spark and et cetera, and whether or not Green Bay can afford him, or does he go and look for greener pastures and a starting job someplace? And so, I think at this point, you are appreciative of the fact that you have him. You use him when you need him. And then do you need a curveball to Jordan Love's fastball every once in a while? Absolutely. So, again, I think you look at the backups in the NFL, and I think you say to yourself as a Packer fan, fortunate to have Malik Willis because he can make plays and he can win games.
Mm-hmm. That's why, after last year when everybody wanted him, hey, trade him to get a high pick in return, it's like, no. There's nothing wrong with having a backup quarterback that's capable. I understand the whole let's get something in return, but then you're in situations like we kind of saw a little bit on Saturday where if you need a guy to come in and win you a ball game, I'd rather have that than a day 3 pick.
Yeah, when you're talking about trading a Malik Willis, and obviously, at this point again, he's going to be an unrestricted free agent this offseason, you're not going to get a high pick for him. You're not. This isn't like, wow, we can turn Malik Willis into a number 2. You're not. It's again, this isn't fantasy football. You're not going to get that. You might get, like you said, a day 3 pick. No, use him however you need to to get through a ball game, to get through a series, to do whatever you need to make plays. But, yeah, very thankful that he's there because he was the spark that Packer team needed.
So staying with the quarterback, a big topic yesterday that just kind of, because it's a grind my gears Tuesday, and it went back and forth about Jordan Love.
Oh, C-Bomb, so. I thought he was going to drive off the road. I thought, he said, I think he was voice texting, and he said, I can't go on anymore because I'm voice texting. I'm so mad about what people think about Jordan Love.
Yeah, so, we went through a bunch of numbers. We got Surveyor Sam that texted, good morning, DK. It's still bugging me that some people wanted to call Jay Love yesterday a check-down quarterback. Well, Jacob Morley, a staff writer for 24/7 Sports, posted this yesterday. He says, take it over in 2023. Jordan Love has 94 passing plays, over 25 yards. That's the most in the NFL. Now, that does include Yak, but I ask you how many screen plays went for 25 yards. This is just further proof to know Jay Love is that guy. So
I don't get the angst.
Mm-hmm.
And this is from a guy, admittedly, who was not a Jordan Love fan coming out of college. All right? So I admit I was wrong about Jordan Love. He is the guy.
Yeah.
He is arguably, again, a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. By the end of the year, you might even put him top 5, depending on where things play out this year. But there's no question. And when you look, and I know you talked a little bit about PFF earlier, this was Jordan Love's best rated game, according to PFF.
And that's with 7 drops from his
receivers. That's with 7 drops. And that includes the Dallas playoff game. Look, he was balling. And I don't know, again, and I heard a lot of the callers and a lot of the talk yesterday, and I know C-Bomb went off on, the entitled Green Bay Packer youth. And listen, here's the bottom line. He's not Aaron Rodgers, arguably the best thrower of the football of all time. Period. End of discussion. He's in the discussion, okay? Brett Favre, arguably the best gunslinger of all time, okay? So is he either one of those quarterbacks? No. Is he a top 5, top 10 quarterback in the NFL? 100%, absolutely no question. Coming from a guy who was not a Jordan Love fan, the improvement he has made and the work he has put in and the leadership he shows. Look at the games this year in the fourth quarter. Look at his stats in the fourth quarter. Look at his stats on third down, the money down and the money quarter. Again, I don't get it, Packer fans. I know facts are hard for some people to understand, but the facts don't lie. You look at everything about Jordan Love, top quarterback in the NFL.
There's a lot of numbers that point to it. A lot. That's where, the dink and dunk, I guess, did we make too much of the Tucker Kraft yak, and that's what assumed a lot of people,
maybe.
Or the Carolina game that, a lot of it was horizontal instead of vertical passing.
Yep.
And I think that was maybe more so the play call in the game plan from LaFleur at that point.
I agree.
Sort of thing. So I was not a Jordan Love fan either when they drafted him. There's video evidence of that gets reminded every year around the draft day. But I was not.
I've got audio evidence of mine.
Yeah. So I'm glad I'm wrong.
Oh,
I'm glad I'm wrong. I'd rather. It's like the LaFleur thing from last week. I'm not going to root for him to get fired because that means the team is playing awful, which I feel like some fans are kind of wanting that to happen. Like, I can't do that.
I don't get it. And you were talking earlier this morning about during a Packer loss getting more response, getting more angst from fans than a Packer win. And again, some friends of mine, this past weekend I went down to Des Moines to see my son, and Saturday night, some friends of mine, old friends, started complaining about the Packers on Saturday night. And I finally just said, guys, here's the deal. I'm too old to worry about those things. Being a high school football coach, I'm much more focused now on that than I am on Sundays. And I just can't put the energy in being negative all the time. And again, I listened to Bill Michaels' postgame show coming back from Des Moines on Sunday. The amount of Packer fans who can't be happy with a win drives me nuts. And I don't care if it's football or life. You have X amount of wins in life. Enjoy them. And if you can't enjoy them, then don't be a fan. Then don't. If you just want to complain, just put the phone down. No one wants to hear it at that point.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got on my soapbox because it's like It's like, I hate this because it's like, I never have seen in my life standings that have WLT and UW, ugly win. I've never seen that in my life. So again, it's hard to win at anything sometimes. Enjoy it.
No, I agree. Was it pretty? No, but the only thing that matters is the W.
The W.
At the end of the day.
You know, if they, and I think Bill Michaels said this, if they want to have ugly wins the rest of the year and win out, I'll take it. I'll take 3-0 wins the rest of the year. And it just, sorry.
No.
See, now I'm getting like C-Bomb was yesterday.
Right. No,
I'm getting worked up.
I agree with you. Sometimes I feel like I'm in the minority on some of that stuff. So.
It just, again, you have X amount of wins in this world. Enjoy them. And so it's just, you know, the bottom line was this. Malik Willis sparked them.
Yeah.
Okay? I thought Micah Parsons played a great game. I thought Carrington Valentine played a great game. Look, they catch any of those interceptions and they cut the drops in half. That's a different ballgame.
Oh, it's probably a dominating win. Then.
That's a different ballgame.
Everybody's probably a lot happier.
A lot happier. And then, and let me ask you this. Seeing what Philadelphia did Sunday night against the Lions, did that make you feel better or worse about the Packers' effort against the Eagles?
Probably better.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it was.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and I think it kind of goes to maybe what we had a listener ask the other day. Is there really a great team in the NFL right now? And I don't think there's that top tier 1 or 2 teams.
I don't see it.
Yeah. I mean, even the Broncos, okay, great defense, but there's offensive questions with it.
No question.
Top team over there. Philadelphia, I think there's great defensive performance the last couple of weeks, but offensively, are they doing enough? So, I mean, Lions right now, playoffs started, they're not in it.
Right.
So, and Chicago, I mean, I was talking to a Bears fan Sunday night at a basketball meeting. Like, you got to be pretty happy. He's like, yeah, wait till we play somebody, though. You know, so, I mean, there's you know, a little even apprehension from that, too.
Right now, the odds are still in the Lions and Packers' favor.
Yeah.
They're going to win the North this year. So let me ask you this. I want to get back to Sunday's game. Sean Ryan.
Yeah.
Okay, so playing center. And obviously had a couple of errant snaps, but nothing too bad. I thought he played really well, especially after looking over game film. I actually thought it was an upgrade over what we've seen from Elton Jenkins this year. Agree?
Yeah, I would agree. And I think Aaron Banks had his best game probably as a Packer too. You know, I want that group to settle down. I thought, you know, and that was a great line they went up against. Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence, you know, those guys over there. I know Abdul Carter's off to a little bit of a slow start and some issues there, but regardless, that is a very solid group, and that line did give up some pressures.
And no doubt. But I'm looking specifically at the run blocking.
Oh yeah,
I thought it was one of their better games.
Yep. I think maybe now I just want that group to finally settle down.
Yep.
You know, and we're going to finally get that.
You know, it's looking back at this offseason, probably the one area where Green Bay is saying, Brian Gutekunst and Matt LaFleur saying, yeah, maybe we made an error there by moving Elton Jenkins, who was a perennial Pro Bowler, not all Pro Bowler at left guard to that center position. And again, sometimes you and I have talked about it, the flexibility. But look, Sean Ryan's going to be an unrestricted free agent after this year. So he's probably playing for either a contract with Green Bay as the starting center now or somewhere else. Rasheed Walker, he is an unrestricted free agent next year. So, you know, these guys are now starting to play for contracts in the back half of the year. I don't see Walker coming back. I don't. Right. I just see too many moving parts, and they've got depth to plug in there.
Yep.
But Sean Ryan could be the center. And I didn't hate the way, again, he moved guys off the ball in the running game. I thought for the first time I felt confident that this team can run the football.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited to see it progress now, too. I mean, with these final 7 games, all these division games, and then that Broncos defense, and obviously Baltimore and such, too. Defensively, though, I want to ask you Rashawn Gary. 7.5 sacks, which looks great.
On paper, it looks great.
But the thing that has bugged me the last couple of years is his snap counts and percentages and such. And when I saw, and I know it's only one, but still, when Kingsley Enagbare has one more snap than Rashawn Gary, and then you look at the total snaps, and you see Micah Parsons already has more snaps. 502 compared to, I think it was 425 with Rashawn Gary. And this is something for the last couple of years, I'm like, I got to see Gary out there like the TJ Watts, the Micah part, 70, 80, 90% of the snaps. You're lucky if you get 70% of the snaps from Rashawn Gary. What's going on? I know there's a rotation. They like to keep, but I mean, when you got Micah that's out there, which he should be, 90% of the snaps, why is Rashawn Gary not out there 90% of the snaps?
You look at his pressure win rate this year, lower than it's been last year, lower than it's been in previous seasons. And so you thought, okay, first year in Jeff Hafley's defense, he's putting his hand back in the dirt. I get it. It's a transition. Even though he played it in college, he's been a stand-up linebacker, blah, blah, blah. I get it. Second year, early on the season, the Micah Parsons effect was really taking effect. Yeah. It really was. I don't know. Rashawn Gary, in my opinion, could he be a trade candidate next year? Because it's a high cap number.
Yep.
He's probably going to fall into 10 sacks this year. Mm-hmm. And on paper, that's going to look good. But when you look at pressure win rates and those types of things out there, he's just not winning those one-on-one battles. Mm-hmm. And so I think the back half of the year is going to tell you a lot about Rashawn Gary. If he doesn't step up, and you continue to see the Enikbaris of the world and Lucas Van Ness when he gets healthy, and you see these guys out-snapping Rashawn Gary, I think there's big-time question marks. I don't know if it's conditioning. I don't know what it is with him. Yeah. I really don't. And again, that's a guy that sometimes just looks like he can dominate, and then other times doesn't. I don't know if he doesn't have the counter move. I don't know if he's not a student of the game and he's not watching some of these guys to look for tendencies. Mm-hmm. I don't know what it is with him. But look, if he ends this year with 9 sacks, he's got 7.5 right now. Yep. If he ends this year with 9 sacks, even 10 sacks, I think at $20+ million next year of a cap hit, with Lucas Van Ness still there, with Enikbari still there, that guy could be a trade candidate because Green Bay's probably going to look for an opportunity to regain some draft capital. Yep. And so Rashawn Gary could be in another uniform. Now, again, if he comes on and has 7 sacks over the next X amount of games and has a game like he had on Thanksgiving against the Lions a few years ago where he had 3 sacks, probably all bets are off at that point. Mm-hmm. But I think this is a test, or this is the next 7 weeks are going to be, where does Rashawn Gary go? Because again, Packer cap is going to be a problem next year. Yep. I see Elton Jenkins already gone. That's another $20 million off the cap right there. If you can clear off Rashawn Gary's salary and get a second or a third in return, you probably look at doing that. But yeah, big time question mark. And I'm hoping Van Ness is healthy this week. He did practice last week. Yeah, I was hoping to see him there, saving him one more game for the Vikings, because Van Ness was having a great start to the season. Mm-hmm. And so this is a guy that Micah Parsons actually spoke of early in the season. So I'm excited to see what a healthy Lucas Van Ness can do the rest of the year.
I agree. And then so looking ahead to this game, you got a Vikings team coming in, J.J. McCarthy, who the accuracy issues is all over the place.
Right.
I call this a must-win game just because,
absolutely.
Take advantage of that. You got Detroit on a short week for Thanksgiving.
And then you have the Bears.
And then you have the Bears after that, too. Yep. I mean, defensively, I would look at this like, okay, this is, with the way McCarthy's playing right now and rattled, like, if I'm Hafley, how do I continue to do that? How do I continue to rattle this young quarterback?
I think you start bringing some blitzes. I think with a guy like McCarthy, I think you start bringing a safety, and you start bringing maybe Quay and maybe Edge, and you start going after him. Again, Hafley sticks to his guns when it comes to the blitz. He thinks we can get home with 4. Yeah. And they haven't done that on a regular basis this year.
Yeah.
And so I think you have to bring some guys, and I think you have to confuse McCarthy, and I think you have to mix and match a little bit as far as that goes. And, look, the flip side of the ball this week, Jordan Love, stats against cover 2, wow. Best in the NFL. Mm-hmm. You know what Minnesota likes to run? Cover 2. Mm-hmm. And so everything on paper this week, home game at Lambeau, Green Bay's offense against this Minnesota defense, Green Bay's defense against everything points to a win. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm done predicting blowout wins.
Yeah.
I see this, and I don't even know what the spread is, but
I think it's 6.5 is the last I saw.
You know what? I would pick the Vikings on that bet. All right, so I'm gonna go 27 because that's a Packer number for win. Yep. To 23. Mm-hmm. So 27-23, Green Bay wins it. It's not as close as that sounds. Mm-hmm. I think Minnesota probably gets a late touchdown or a late field goal or something like that to make it closer. But just everything points to a Green Bay win.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to ask you this, because I did this math real quick, and I know we got to wrap up. Green Bay's 6-3-1, right?
Yep.
What did you have them at this point of the season before the season started?
Not a tie, but probably around 6.
I had them
7.
I had them at 7-3.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I started thinking about, I'm like, okay, that's not that far off,
Right.
of where I thought this team would be.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that was pre-Micah Parsons. I get it.
Yep.
But still, I had this team a 12-5 football team.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, they beat the Vikings. They're 7-3-1.
Yep.
And then they go 1-1 against the next two teams. 8-4-1 with the back half of the back stretch coming up. It's not too shabby.
No. I mean, probably just have to bare minimum get to 10 wins, right?
Mm-hmm.
10-5-1 to put yourself in, probably feeling comfortable about a playoff spot. So
10-6-1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10-6-1, you're right.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean,
No,
it's
10-5-1. There's 17 games.
10-5-1 is 16 games.
11-5-1.
Yes. So there we go. Math is hard.
I can't do math.
Math is hard.
Oh, my gosh.
By the way, real quick, was Hudson watch the game with you?
Yes.
Okay, when that Packer game was 7-6, was he
Nope.
go? Okay, but I was curious because I just like, oh my gosh.
You know what? He came up to me last night because he was watching some hoops.
Yeah.
Hey, Dad, you know if the Philadelphia 76ers flipped it around?
Oh, no.
6-7.
Oh, no.
I'm like, oh, dude.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Don't say ugh now. Don't say that. So, but yeah, I don't know what's all with that. That's.
I was driving back listening to the game, and I'm like, oh man.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
I could just imagine.
Yeah.
I could imagine Hudson. I could imagine even the high schoolers that I coach, all of them doing. And I'm like, oh no. And then somebody did a meme of the ref doing the juggling catch,
Yep.
and I'm like,
Yep.
And they're like, he understood the assignment, and I'm like, no, don't do that to me.
No.
So do you? And I know it's early, but are you also thinking the way I am for this Sunday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. I would agree. It just all signs point to it, but then at the same time, you're right too. It's like I'm not going to predict a blowout. It's going to be too close for comfort, and we're probably going to be upset about it again. So.
And your phones will light up on Monday morning.
Yep. Exactly. So.
Well, we'll be there.
Yeah.
So, and this is my wife's first game of the year. She's not happy that we're going to a game on November whatever.
But it's going to be like 50 degrees. So
I know it's going to be beautiful.
It's going to be nice.
I
So,
told her that.
yeah.
I said it's going to be nice.
It's lucky it's not the following weekend where it's going to be like frigid.
I know. Or Monday night against the Eagles when I was up there.
Yeah.
That was like 20 degrees.
Count your blessings.
Right? Darn it all.
All right, sir. Appreciate the time. Bud.
All right. Thanks, Dan.
We'll go take a quick break. We'll be back. Catch up with some of your texts coming up after these quick words. With opening day nearly here, you're thinking about what to pack, what to get ready to make sure you've got that checklist all covered. When it comes to where do you take your deer after you get it, where should you go? That's simple. Make it easy on yourself and take it to Mike's Star Market on the west side of Eau Claire, 2238 Heimstead Road in Eau Claire. Whether you want to maybe get some burgers, some brats, some snack sticks, some jerky, some bacon, whatever the case may be, steaks, Mike's Star Market's got you covered. So when you get that deer this hunting season, drop it off at Mike's Star Market. Again, that address, 2238 Heimstead Road in Eau Claire. Got to take got to take another break coming up here in just a few minutes, play a little catch up here. But really quick, going back to the Brandon Woodruff trade. So Mark Atanasio has kind of spoken a little bit. Will Salmon from The Athletic posted up a piece. Was it just Will or was it Will and Ken Rosenthal? And it begins, the Milwaukee Brewers do not see Brandon Woodruff accepting their one-year qualifying offer as a prelude to trading their other top starter, Freddie Peralta, according to their owner, Mark Atanasio, and president of baseball operations, Matt Arnold. Quote, independent decisions Matt and his group will make, Atanasio said in a message to The Athletic on Tuesday. We're certainly excited about our rotation now. Arnold expressed nearly identical sentiments, according to the piece, saying independent decisions and excited about our rotation. Talk about a company line. I mean, I almost feel like they chatted with each other to make sure that they said the same thing. Independent decisions and excited about our rotation. The comments, as they say, from the Brewers' top-ranking officials, however, do not completely rule out a trade. So, again, I still feel like it's going to be one of those, hey, we're not going to shop Freddie Peralta. But if you want to make us an offer, we'll answer the phone. We'll listen. We'll hear what you have to say. And if it's something we literally can, we can't refuse, then maybe we'll think about it and we'll talk. And yes, when you look at the line, the parallels between Corbin Burns and Devin Williams, there is that thought, would they do the same thing, entering a final year, trade Freddie Peralta to get something in return? The difference being with, like Peralta, the difference being with like Burns was going to make almost double of what Peralta is scheduled to make. So which route do they go? Do they go the Burns, Devin Williams route, or do they go the Willie Adames route, where they hold on to Willie Adames? Right now, for me, I feel like they're going to hold on to Freddie Peralta unless somebody just with a ridiculous offer comes through. But there is a couple comments there from Matt Arnold and Mark Atanasio about the Brandon Woodruff picking up his option. Because, that is going to be the talking point now. Well, does that mean Freddie Peralta is going to be traded because Brandon Woodruff is coming back? All right, we got to take our final break for this hour. Then it's going to be halftime. Already halfway through this program. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. with just a couple days left to the opener, don't forget, if maybe you need some ammo, maybe you do need a last-minute deer rifle to see what they got in stock, go visit our good friends at Tilden Gun. All right, located at 12427 98th Avenue, Chippewa Falls. For any last-minute supplies, like the ammo, maybe a new scope, or you want to see what they have in stock because maybe you're like, you know what? I could use a different deer rifle. Maybe somebody's going to be joining you for the first time in a while, and they need to get a new deer rifle. Go visit Tilden Gun. Again, that location, 12427 98th Avenue, Chippewa Falls. Tomorrow being a tailgate outdoors, by the way. Jake Bolks, DNR Warden, is going to be joining us starting in the 8 o'clock hour for a little bit of an extended conversation. So you have any questions before heading out to the woods for the opener, here is your opportunity, okay? Think about it. That's your homework assignment for tomorrow. What do you got? Let me know. Text it on over. We'll ask Jake. He will be in studio tomorrow, so this is your opportunity to make sure that you're ready to go. You're up and at it with all the rules and regulations and such, so that's coming at you tomorrow, starting right away at 8 o'clock, not 8:30. We're going to start it up at 8 o'clock tomorrow with Jake. So a few minutes left. Continue to send me your Am I Wrong? Am I Wrong? Text those on over. We had a little bit earlier, Rod from EC said, Valentine is CB1. Yes, he dropped a couple interceptions, but job one is to keep the ball out of the receiver's hands, and nothing wrong with a little talk as long as he backs it up. So another texter, don't have a name, but said Jordan Love is 5th in QBR with arguably the worst line in the NFL. His receivers catch the ball, and he's top 3. McCarthy's accuracy is lower than Josh Rosen. He can't throw to his left. Keep your comments coming. Hitting us up with a text on that Shoe Doctors Bullpen line. You can also join in if you'd like on the YouTube video stream. Hit us up over there. Coming up a little bit later on, we'll do a little chalk talk. All right, that's where we're probably better suited to watch the video stream, but we got the marker board out. We'll do a little chalk talk. We'll get back to some Brewers talk. Hit up this Brandon Woodruff signing. Do you think it gives us a sign at all of what the Brewers' plans are going to be this offseason with Brandon Woodruff picking up that $22 million qualifying offer? Do you think it gives us a little bit of a sign, perhaps, of what the Brewers are going to do this offseason, or not really? What do you think? Okay, what do you think? We'll get back to a little bit more Packers talk because they return to practice today, taking on the Vikings of Minnesota. Could we see the return of Jaden Reed? Maybe a little bit of, or maybe possibly Marshawn Lloyd? We'll find out today. What about the other injury statuses between, Josh Jacobs and, even Jordan Love with his shoulder and such? We'll see who's able to hit the practice field today and maybe perhaps affects their availability for the game against Minnesota. And remember, too, they won't say it, but I do think it factors into it. Short week, big game, Lions in Detroit a week from tomorrow, too. So, and you look at Lions have the Giants coming to town. So, yeah. I think it's a must-win. I know it's not a tell me I'm wrong, but I think it's a must-win. No, it is a tell me I'm wrong Wednesday. What am I doing? It's Wednesday. Tell me I'm wrong. I think Sunday is a must-win for Green Bay going up against Minnesota. A must-win. Tell me I'm wrong. Considering the rest of the schedule, division team, all the division games you got coming up here, I think it's a must-win for Green Bay. All right, shot clock is going to cut me off here in just a couple seconds. We're at the halfway mark, halftime here. Lots to get to yet. We'll get back to some baseball talk, Brewers talk, more football talk. Giannis update on his injury. How long is he going to be out of the lineup? We'll hit that up and a whole lot more coming up after these news updates. All right, third hour, kicking off right now on this Making a Turn Wednesday. Halfway through the week, halfway through the program. It's halftime right now, or we're done with halftime. What do you think about the Brandon Woodruff coming back to the Milwaukee Brewers? Brewers fans, does it give us a sign, kind of maybe a hint of what the Brewers' plans are going to be this offseason? Does it maybe make you think, hey, maybe they're going to spend a little bit more money if they're willing to do that? You know, I know it was kind of a decision, Brandon Woodruff decision, but I mean, it was also a Brewers decision to put that qualifying offer on him too. It was a risk either way, but nonetheless. Does it give you a sign that you think it's going to be, oh, maybe Brewers are going to spend some more money, or are you going to be like, oh, no, now they're not going to spend a ton of money? We did that as a post-Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question on our Sports Talk Facebook page. 72%, I will say 72% of you who voted said it actually makes you feel more confident that the Brewers are going to make more moves. So, all right. I like the optimism. I like it. It's a little bit unknown for me at this point. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a really good gauge on this. I hope it means that maybe Brewers are going to spend a little bit more, but it's way, 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 way early in the process. I think it's just way early in this whole thing, off season and such. But nonetheless, I am glad Brandon Woodruff is back. I think that it solidifies that rotation. Let's operate under the assumption that Brandon Woodruff. Okay, let's operate under the assumption that Freddie Peralta will be on this team. So Peralta probably your 1. Woodruff maybe you put at 2. Mizorowski. How does the rest of this rotation shape up? And let's rewind it here a little bit too, because you go back right at the end of the season. And we kind of threw out a question for Brewers fans, like, what do you think is the biggest need for the Brewers in the offseason? And quite a few, I think it was actually a slight majority, said starting pitcher. Let's assume Freddie Peralta is going to remain on this team, won't be traded. Brandon Woodruff's here. Do you think that's the biggest need still for those that voted for that? Do you think that is the biggest need? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. I was looking at MLB.com, and they talked about these qualifying offers and these teams and these players who accepted qualifying offers and such. And one of the questions that they threw out there was, of the 4 teams who had a player accept the qualifying offer, which one do you think is most pleased with the outcome? And they would think either the Cubs or Brewers, both of whom were going to be in the market for starting pitching. Even with Imanaga's return, Chicago could still look to add another starter to its rotation. The Brewers will have Woodruff, Freddie Peralta, and Jacob Mizorowski in the top 3 spots of the rotation, followed by some combination of Quinn Priester, Chad Patrick, Tobias Myers, Robert Gasser, and Logan Henderson. So, yeah, I think that takes away a need, don't you? Like, if again, we operate under the assumption Freddie will be with this team to open up the 2026 season. I don't think they go in thinking, hey, we need to find another starter. I don't think that's the biggest need for this team. Freddie, Woodruff, Mizorowski, Quinn Priester, and like they said, a combination of Quinn Priester, Robert Gasser, Logan Henderson. They're probably wanting him maybe to develop another pitch. Chad Patrick. They got options there. Maybe they want another veteran and they want to have like a piggyback type of start with like a Quinn Priester and somebody. Maybe they view Chad Patrick coming out of the bullpen. Remains to be seen, but I don't think for a guy like Jose Quintana. I don't think they're going to go out there and maybe get a veteran like that and spend double-digit $1 million for a pitcher like that. I think with this, it kind of eliminates that option. That's just my opinion, but I look at that and I see, okay, what's the next biggest need then for the Brewers after the Woodruff deal? I still want a bat. I'm still really intrigued with Ryan O'Hearn. That was a guy that I wished the Brewers could have made a play before the trade deadline. Now he's a free agent. He hits left-handed pitching, doesn't strike out a ton. Platoon between first base, DH, won't command a long-term contract. He'll be 30, I think he'll be 33 before the season begins. But last year between Baltimore and San Diego, 281, 17 home runs. OPS was over 800s. That to me is a guy that I would like to see the Brewers go after. And the Brewers were, if you believe in the rumors out there, the Brewers were reportedly interested in O'Hearn as a potential trade target. So I look at that. I think that one of the biggest questions in this offseason, too, for the Brewers is going to be Garrett Mitchell. Like, what's the plan with Garrett Mitchell? You look at that outfield. I think the most ideal starting outfield for the Brewers is left field is Jackson Chirio, right field is Sal Frelick. And I think center field, I still want the team to have Blake Perkins, but to me, Blake Perkins is that first outfielder off the bench, your defensive guy and such. So what's the status of Garrett Mitchell? It's still such an unknown because the guy just can't stay healthy. And last year, before the season, there was a lot, kind of on Garrett Mitchell. Could he be that guy? Could he be that bat that helps fill in for the loss of Willy Adames? And he got hurt, and we never really got to see it. But even before the season, it wasn't just Brewers fans. There was a ton around Major League Baseball. Remember when they did like the top 10 players at each position based off of some analytics thing? And Garrett Mitchell was listed as a top 10 center fielder, where Bryce Terang wasn't even listed as a top 10 second baseman. Sal Frelick wasn't listed as a top 10 right fielder. But Garrett Mitchell was listed as a top 10 center fielder, and that was like, dang. All right, so there's a lot of optimism. And I think a huge year upcoming for Garrett Mitchell. You didn't hear his name too much down the stretch. Still banged up in that, but it wasn't like we were like, man, wish we could get Garrett Mitchell. There wasn't a whole lot of updates and such. But that's a guy that I think still has a big question mark surrounding him and surrounding whether he can be a regular contributor, maybe a big-time contributor for this Brewers team. But I want to see Garrett Mitchell just get healthy and be on the field at a consistent rate and hopefully be a player for this team, be a big-time player for this team. All right, we'll take a quick break. We got a little chalk talk. Big John says, does this mean they're going to trade Peralta? We've talked about that quite a bit this morning. It's still kind of an unknown. I know Jeff Passan mentioned it before the news of Brandon Woodruff said it might make it more likely that Peralta gets traded. But again, Peralta's only getting $8 million. So and we went through the comments from Mark Adanasio and Matt Arnold where they both literally said the same thing. Separate decisions, independent decisions. But, again, I think it's going to be one of those. They're not going to actively shop Peralta. If somebody wants to call and ask about him, they may listen, but I don't think they're going to be actively shopping him. We'll take a quick break. Continue with your texts, your comments. We'll do a little chalk talk, some football, some hoops. The status of Giannis and that groin. We'll hit that up. Coming up after these quick words. looking at some of these, again, advanced statistics and numbers when it comes to quarterback play. Surveyor, if you're still listening, you might find some of these numbers kind of interesting when it comes to Jordan Love. So first off, it got me down a little bit of a rabbit hole looking at offensive numbers, offensive series results, the rate at which each offense takes a 1st and 10 and earns a new set of downs or scores. Okay? So essentially first down offense and how well they do. Green Bay's 6th best. Offensively, 6th best, which we talk about starting fast and getting off to quicker starts than that. This little nugget here, I was like, dang. So the rate at which each offense takes a 1st and 10 and they get a new set of downs or they score. Green Bay 6th best in the National Football League. Thought that was kind of interesting. So that got me down a little bit more. This is all from Computer Cowboy on Ben Baldwin, big analytics NFL person online and that. But series conversion rates, Green Bay, one of the better ones in the entire league. And then it got me down to quarterback efficiency on early downs and on late downs. Quarterback efficiency on early downs and on late downs. In obvious passing situations, Jordan Love is one of the best quarterbacks in the entire league. Daniel Jones right now is actually just a slight tick ahead as the top one, but Jordan Love is like right behind him. So again, you're talking like second best in quarterback efficiency on early downs and on late downs. So again, another number there or another stats. It's like, dang, okay. Now, how about quarterback efficiency and grade? Jordan Love tops. Turnover-worthy plays and big-time throws. Now, this one's kind of grouped between good, boring, bad, risk takers. Jordan Love, he's in that good group with Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, Bo Nix, Drake May, Matthew Stafford. These are just some, I know they're kind of some advanced stuff in that, but interesting. I think it is at least. Let me look at this one. So, talking a little bit, I'm just kind of going through on the fly here. Where's Josh Jacobs on this list? Ooh, yeah. Yards over expected per carry versus run blocking. Rushing yards over expected versus team run blocking grades. It's not going great for Josh Jacobs, and I think that's a lot to deal with the offensive line. I mean, it's been tough. It's been tough for Josh Jacobs. It's not great. So I don't know. I just thought kind of some interesting numbers there again surrounding one Jordan Love. So with that, let's do a little Chuck Talk Wednesday. Got the play up on the whiteboard if you're watching the video stream. And the play here is that touchdown pass, the second touchdown pass to one Christian Watson. I'm going to try to. Okay, there we go. So over here you got tight end Fitzpatrick. You got Christian Watson kind of lined up on the inside in the slot there. On the other side, you've got Matthew Golden. On the outside, Romeo Doubs kind of in that slot side, and then Emmanuel Wilson, the running back there. So these are the route patterns they're running. Wilson kind of going through the line, then across out, and then you got Matthew Golden running across the line of scrimmage. Then Romeo Doubs kind of an in route. Watson runs a little bit of a post route to the corner. If you rewatch that, though, this is why I picked this play is because it's clearly obvious after that little bit of a full paw snap, not a clean snap by any means. It sure seemed like Jordan Love liked the matchup from Christian Watson because he was going there right away. Because if you rewatch it, Fitzpatrick right here, if you're watching the video stream, Fitzpatrick's right there. Dude's open, wide open, easy conversion for first down. If you want to take that little bit of a check down, Fitzpatrick's right there. That's the guy that was supposed to cover Fitzpatrick follows Christian Watson. That's why Christian Watson was double teamed down there in that corner. Aggressive throw from Jordan Love, but a confidence, I think, that he had in Christian Watson to be able to come down with that play. But you rewatch that play, and you look back at it and see, again, in that situation, 2nd and 7, if you want to take the easy throw, maybe pick up the first. Fitzpatrick's wide open. Maybe he barrels in for a touchdown down there. But that guy leaves Fitzpatrick and goes with Watson. It's kind of a unique little route there because I think it confused the defensive backs just a little bit because it almost looked like maybe Fitzpatrick was going to go onto the inside and then you kind of take, you hand him off and such. But regardless of that play, I think it tells us a couple different things. One, Love liked that matchup for Watson. Maybe a little predetermined, but an aggressive throw from Jordan Love with a ton of confidence in his guy and Christian Watson that he was going to make that play. And remember, too, right before that, it was a Savion Williams one. But just to kind of see the whole thing, how it all shaped out. And, you look on the other ends, the left side, if you're looking at it, Golden and Dobbs, fairly well covered. By the time Dobbs made his break, the ball was already in the air at that point. But highlighting that one on our Chalk Talk because an example of the aggressiveness from Jordan Love and just, again, an absolute fantastic catch from Christian Watson in that. I just, with Watson, his rookie year through the draft process, the dude was knocked for his catching ability. Drops balls. Drops a lot of balls. For crying out loud, his first play of his career, he dropped a big-time potential touchdown catch from Aaron Rodgers. Remember that game against the Vikings? Aggressive first play, deep pass, right through the breadbasket. Drops it. Now, not only that touchdown catch, but the one from Malik Willis to have those strong hands. Watson has gotten a lot better in that department. The improvement we have seen from him has been fantastic. So we got a message. Is it Dr. something? Cranbeats? Hope your morning is going well, Dan. Are you anxious about Emmanuel Wilson, Chris Brooks? Do we bring up this young guy off the practice squad? He's got a 4.37 speed, Pierre Strong Jr. That might just be, if they do make a move off the practice squad, that could be the Saturday before the game. Because remember, they can bring up somebody off the practice squad and not have to promote them, essentially. They get 3 times they can do that. And if they do that, they might not do it until Saturday. They may give Josh Jacobs the week. And if he's not going to go, if he's not going to be able to suit up, then yeah, they probably bring him up off the practice squad as a game day activation for that. But Emmanuel Wilson he's going to be the bell cow. He's going to be the main guy. Chris Brooks is probably going to see an increase in snaps, especially because he is a very solid blocker and pass protection. Maybe even we see a little bit of fullback action from him as a lead blocker and such. But Chris Brooks is solid in the receiving game from a running back standpoint. But there's no question Emmanuel Wilson's going to be the main guy. If Josh Jacobs can't go, heck, even if Josh Jacobs is active for this game, I wouldn't be surprised if we almost see a split carry between the two. Just to not put a whole lot on Josh Jacobs. And remember, we've got that short week with the Lions as well. So this is a heck of an opportunity. Emmanuel Wilson's had some really solid moments in his couple years with Green Bay. And I think he's always kind of, even like this last year, even last year and this past year in preseason, there was probably chances that he was on that roster bubble. You draft Marshawn Lloyd to be, the next guy or the main backup to Josh Jacobs, and he gets hurt. So it's like, oh, another chance for Emmanuel Wilson. Same thing happened this year. But last year, Emmanuel Wilson, he averaged 4.87 yards per carry. Was it 502 yards? Or 502 yards on 103 carries. His 4.87 yards per attempt ranked 8th in the NFL. So he's a very solid, serviceable backup running back. He's not the fastest. He's not a speed blazer or, that type of running back. The dude's about 225, 5'11", 225. So he's a little bit bigger, a little bit more of a power back. He's not that scat back. But he's a very, I would say, serviceable backup running back for Green Bay. Just looking at, last year, 502 yards, 4 rushing touchdowns. Also had a receiving touchdown, too. And I think that's a little bit of an underrated aspect from his game. We see it more. Obviously, we have a little bit more on him when it comes to preseason and training camp. But that's why he's still in the league, and that's why he's still on this roster, because he just makes plays in those preseason games where it's like, we got to keep this guy. But I think that's an underrated aspect to his game is the receiving department, too. But no question, if Josh Jacobs misses this game against the Minnesota Vikings, what an opportunity for Emmanuel Wilson to maybe turn some heads, maybe get a little bit of a pay raise, right? That's what you want as a backup. When you get this opportunity, you want to shine. You want to showcase what you got. You want to take advantage of this opportunity. And when you look at this Vikings defense, a little bit of an early preview in terms of rush defense, okay? Minnesota is about bottom third. They're giving up 127 yards per game on the ground, okay? 127 yards per game on the ground. There's opportunity. There is going to be opportunity for Emmanuel Wilson to have a solid game. And I know Jordan Love, we want to see him continue to eat, to cook, to throw the football in that. I still want to see complimentary football, and I don't want them to completely abandon the running game just because maybe Josh Jacobs isn't in that thing. But I do think you're going to see an increase in Chris Brooks, too. And I think you might see Chris Brooks maybe involved a little bit more in some passing situations. So, all right, we'll take a quick break. Hit us up with some more texts, comments on the video stream. We'll be back after these quick words. Winter roads can be tough on your vehicle. Cracks, chips, broken glass, they can turn into bigger problems fast. Post Glass and Mirror in Chippewa Falls is ready to keep you safe this season. From auto glass repair and replacement to custom mirrors and glass installation, their experienced team gets the job done quickly and reliably. Don't let winter weather slow you down. Just visit postglassmirror.com or give them a call at 715-723-8676. Post Glass and Mirror, keeping Chippewa Falls safe, clear, and ready for the road this winter. So we got a little bit of an update on the Greek Freak, Giannis. Doc Rivers saying going to be out 1 to 2 weeks, probably closer to 2 weeks, but they're hoping maybe sooner with that groin strain. So on one hand, you can look at it as like, hey, it could be a lot worse. Could be a whole lot worse. On the other hand, it's like that's still a couple of weeks of no Giannis. And can this Bucks team tread that water until Giannis comes back? They're at 8-7 at this current point in time. You look at their upcoming schedule, and they're going up against playoff caliber teams right now. Pistons. Well, first off, you got the 76ers tomorrow. And then you got the Pistons on Saturday, which right now, top team in the East when you look at wins and losses record-wise. Then you got the Trailblazers on Monday. NBA Cup game with the Heat. Another one with the Knicks. And then you got the Brooklyn Nets. So if you're looking at maybe 7 games, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7 games, and then the Wizards on the first. Just throw them in there. Then the Bucks go up against the Pistons again December 3rd. Let's assume maybe that target date is that Giannis is back out on the court for December 3rd. Let's take a look at those 7 games. 7-8 games. Can this Bucks team maybe have a winning record and just kind of tread that water, keep their head above water? Because, again, they don't have like a Dame. Before Dame got hurt last year, they don't have that guy where it's like, feed it to him. He's our main scorer. He's our go-to guy. They don't have that. Who's the go-to guy now for the Bucks with no Giannis? That's a legit question. Can this team win without Giannis for an extended period of time? We'll find out. We're about to find out. This team was specifically built with Giannis playing a majority of the time, with Giannis playing a lot of minutes, a lot of games. Because you don't have that Robin to his Batman. You don't have that other go-to option. It's going to take everybody. It's going to take Miles Turner to step up his game another level. It's going to take Kyle Kuzma, who's been playing some solid hoops, but there's going to be more on his shoulders. Bobby Portis. Ryan Rollins has to continue to do what he has been doing from an offensive perspective as well. In the other part, just let's play better defense. Let's play some solid defense. Let's up the defensive game. Do you slow it down a little bit on the offense? Here we go. Let's see what this team is made of without Giannis. How big of a drop-off is there going to be? There's going to be a little bit. Let's not kid ourselves. There's going to be at least a little bit of a drop-off with no Giannis in the lineup. You're talking about the only guy right now with, averaging 30-10? Which, I know that's kind of like nitpicking because, Jokic is 29.2 points per game and such. But still, for a team that built completely around Giannis and trying to utilize his unique skill sets and shooters and such, now we're not going to have him for a couple weeks. It's going to take everybody. It's got to be a collective effort from this group. If this team can go out there and put together a nice stretch and win a bunch of games without Giannis, this would give me, and I think a lot of Bucks fans, a little bit more hope, or maybe improve our mindset or our thoughts about this team later on in the season. I know it's still early. We're not even through the first quarter of this NBA season. But if this team can rally and win some of these ball games against some quality opponents without Giannis, it would give me a lot more confidence too going forward in this ball club that, hey, maybe they can do some damage in the postseason. And inadvertently too, maybe help give some confidence to this team themselves. Like, hey, we know it runs through Giannis. We know it's all about Giannis. But let's step up our game here now. And if they do that, it was like, okay, hey, we can do this too. It's got to be a collective effort. Everybody. AJ Green, Gary Trent Jr., all those guys got to step it up. When your leader's down, when you're leading scorer, when you're leading, an MVP candidate, MVP players down, and you don't have that Robin or that second co-Batman, whatever you want to call it, it's got to take everybody. Maybe, maybe from Ryan Rollins' perspective, just continue to do what he has been doing so far this season, which has been, surpassing, I think, any sort of expectations or any thoughts that we had on him. That guy has just been balling this year. Most improved player, comeback player, whatever you want to call it, whatever is appropriate for this, Ryan Rollins has got to be up there. For the job that he has done, it's been fantastic. But you look at some of these other numbers. He is the second leading scorer on his team, averaging 17.4 points per game. Is there going to be more opportunities for him? Possibly. How do defenses they're probably going to play the Bucks differently now too. So how does Doc Rivers counter that? Knowing that these teams are going to play him a little bit differently. Kuzma and Turner, though, if I had to pick two, those are the two guys I really want to see elevate. And I would say Bobby Portis, too. Those are the guys. Gary Trent Jr. Looking at Gary Trent Jr., and I think A.J. Green to an extent, too. But you look at Gary Trent Jr. and kind of what he's done so far this season. He finished off the month of October averaging 13.4 points per game. But so far in November, it's been down to 8.6 points per game. Minutes getting cut just a little bit here, too. Not a whole lot. You're talking about a couple minutes here. Been coming off the bench a couple times and such. But, I think we want to see a little bit more from him. Maybe an opportunity here for A.J. Green to get more scoring chances, too. Coming off that contract in the offseason. So far this year, he's averaging 10.9 points per game. But from three, he is shooting a ridiculous 47.4%. This team was going to shoot a lot of three-pointers this year and hopefully make a lot of them. They may be shooting a lot more three-pointers with no Giannis in this lineup. They may be chucking that thing up a little bit more. And maybe they play a little bit more inside out with Miles Turner. But Miles Turner can play a little bit on the outside too. So, what should be a realistic expectation for Miles Turner? Because he is going to be the guy that a lot of people are going to look at in terms of, okay, that's got to be the guy that steps up, be our go-to guy, be our leading scorer. And right now this year, he's averaging just 12.3 points per game, 6.3 rebounds per game. He was never a big, double-digit rebounder. And a lot of it is because he does play on the outside. But, he is a career average 6.8 rebounds per game guy. And he's a career 14 points per game type of guy. The most he's averaged in a season was 18 back in 2022-23 for the Pacers. Ironically, though, this year so far, and it's probably going to come down a little bit, he is shooting 43.4% from three. Highest of at any point in his career. Beating last year's mark, which was his best, 39.6% from three. But I think it's fair to ask a little bit more from him. Asking him, and essentially, it just could be as simple as, okay, no more Giannis. We got to get the ball to Turner more. We got to get him more involved in the offensive game plan. You look at Bobby Portis. Is that going to be a guy now that's maybe going to get some starter minutes with no Giannis? And you look at his season so far, and he's been a guy that I think, within the shuffle of, you bring in a guy like Turner, then you have Kyle Kuzma and such, maybe getting lost a little bit in that shuffle because he's only averaging 9.7 points per game. Last year, 13.9. The year before, 13.8. The year before that, 14.1, 14.6. I mean, he's been a double-digit scorer pretty much his whole career, especially when it's come to Milwaukee in that. Hasn't started a game yet this year. His minutes are down. He's only averaging about 20.9 minutes per game so far. Last year's 25.4, the same the year before that, 26, 28. His three-point percentage is better so far this year. Again, that might come down to more games. You get into it, but that's going to be a guy that I think you ask or you game plan more to get a little bit more production from. And I think this is a heck of an opportunity for Kyle Kuzma as well. This is the guy that is under the microscope for a lot of people, a lot of Bucks players. I mean, he's a guy that I think still some people are wondering, is he going to be traded before the trade deadline? Is he a guy that's going to be on the move? He 2022, 23 season, 24 season for Washington. Yeah, he was their guy, and he was asked to be their guy, and he averaged over 20 points per game. Can he do that for the Bucks? Do the Bucks want him to do that? He has shown that ability. He can be that guy. I mean, even his second year in the league with the Lakers, he was putting up 18.7 points per game. But it's definitely an opportunity for Kuzma to showcase, hey, I can still be a go-to guy. I can still be a consistent presence. I can still be a solid player in this league and a big-time contributor in this league. And the Bucks are going to need it. Everybody's got to step up and elevate their game in the absence of Giannis. But if there was probably a couple guys that really have to, it'd be Kuzma and Turner. All right, let's take a quick break as we wrap up the third hour. We'll be back after these quick words. Just a few minutes left to the top of the hour. We'll get back to a little more green and gold chats coming up next hour as the Packers will get back to practice today in preparation for their border battle against the Vikings. It's Vikings week. Does it feel like it's kind of quiet for Vikings week, especially in our neck of the woods? Just saying. I feel like it's maybe it's just because it's Wednesday yet, and after Wednesday it'll kick in the gear just a little bit. But Vikings week, all right, Western Wisconsin. Let's up the ante here a little bit. Do a little trash talk Wednesday. Packers fans, you got a little something you want to say to Vikings? Keep it clean, so I can mention it on the air though. Okay, keep it clean. Hey, throw it back to some Vikings fans. If you got something that you want to say, do a little fun trash talk back and forth. Come on, let's have some fun with this for a little rivalry game. So we'll get back to that. We'll get back to some more football and green and gold chats coming up in the next hour. We'll talk maybe some more Brewers talk with the news of Brandon Woodruff. Continue to send me your thoughts on Brandon Woodruff getting back or coming back to the Brewers, accepting that qualifying offer. Again, I throw this caveat out there too because I know we focus so much on that $22 million, which is a lot. Because Brandon Woodruff now joins Christian Yelich as the only Brewers to get $20 million or more per year. They still could agree to a multi-year extension, a long-term extension, where it could lower that number. So it could. There still is that possibility. So I want to keep throwing it out there because that still could happen. I know that's a lot. That's a lot of dough to throw to Brandon Woodruff, who has made about 12 starts in the last couple of years, and ended the season hurt again. And I think that's kind of one of the biggest question marks or concerns maybe that a lot of Brewers fans have with this. So, but again, we'll get to that coming up in the next hour. But regardless, if you take away the financial aspect of it, it's a positive move, right? It's a good move. And I think now the next question is going to be, and a lot of you have thrown this out there, is, okay, what does this mean about Freddie Peralta? Does it mean anything about Freddie Peralta? Matt Arnold and Mark Iannaccio say, no, it doesn't. But, again, how much do we trust the owner? How much do we trust the general manager for what they tell the media or what they tell a fan base, right? Do you trust them when they say that? Assuming Woodruff and Peralta, well, Woodruff will be there, but assuming Peralta is there, is starting pitcher a need that the Brewers have to address going into the offseason? Assuming Miz is going to be, in that rotation. Maybe you got a couple more. You got a combo of Priester, Patrick, Tobias, Robert Gasser, Logan Henderson. Do you want him to still maybe add another veteran and keep those guys long relief, piggyback starts? But I think it does maybe move down the pecking order of needs for the Brewers. So, all right, shot clock. Final quarter, final hour coming up. Got some news updates, and we'll be back here in just a couple minutes. All right, final hour. Kicking off right now on this Wednesday morning, making the turn Wednesday. It's also tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong Wednesday. Give me your sports takes, your sports opinions, your sports thoughts that you would end it with. Tell me I'm wrong. A lot of good ones we've had throughout the morning here, so if you haven't chimed in yet, please do so. All right, hit us up with a message and such, and I'll relay it on the air. But I know you all got one. All right, so send those puppies on over. We'll get back to some more Brewers chats as the Brandon Woodruff news from yesterday, picking up the option. I was a little surprised by it. I was a little surprised that he did. I mean, that's a lot of money to say no to. So, but I do think part of it is, I mean, we might as well start there. So again, with the Brandon Woodruff signing, or with the Brandon Woodruff picking up his option, does it forecast? Does it give us a sign of what's to come for the rest of the season, off season for the Brewers? I don't know. I really don't. Because on one hand, I'm sure there's going to be some fans that are going to assume like, oh, all that money now, they're not going to be able to sign anybody. They're not going to be able to do anything else in free agency. I'm sure there's that thought. It's crossed my mind. On the other hand, there's probably some, and it's also crossed my mind too, where it's like, okay, if they're willing to do that, could they maybe push the chips in a little bit more and maybe spend a little bit more this offseason? I don't know. So that's one thing with this. I'm kind of curious to see how this move affects the rest of the offseason for the Brewers. Now, there is still the possibility that he could sign a multi-year extension, maybe a couple years, and lower that figure. And I don't know if it's just maybe me because that wants to believe this. I feel like that's still a really good possibility because, there's part of me, it's like, hey, man, Brewers took care of you, signed you to a 2-year deal when you weren't going to play that first year. You missed half the year. They stuck with you. Maybe you helped them out a little bit, but I completely understand somebody going for as much as they possibly can get, especially in a weird upcoming 2027 work stoppage. I can't fault anybody for trying to get as much as they possibly can. But I also think with Woodruff signing, or accepting, I should say, the qualifying offer, his agent went out there and gauged the market for Brandon Woodruff. He went out there, did a little digging, talked to some teams. Hey, what would you be willing to give my guy Brandon Woodruff? And it probably wasn't at the number that they were looking for, probably wasn't the number that they were hoping for or wanting. So you accept the qualifying offer. You're at least going to be guaranteed this. Could change, though, based off if they do agree to an extension, a couple years or such. It could change that way. But I think that also tells us, if anything, that maybe the market wasn't quite where they wanted it to be for him. He's not a young pitcher. He's not in his 20s. He's in his early 30s. His last chance, maybe he had a big payday. He missed out on that. Remember, he missed out on that opportunity with that shoulder injury a couple years ago. He was scheduled to be a free agent. So this is probably the last chance for him to get that big deal. But I don't fault him for wanting to get as much as possible. But there's still, and again, I don't know if it's just me hoping that happens. I still feel like there's going to be a little bit of an extension where that number is going to be lower. But I mean, Woodruff, he's the first pitcher in Brewers history to get over $20 million. He's with Christian Yelich as the only two players over $20 million, make it over $20 million in a single season. Does it affect Freddie Peralta? I can see where a lot of people would think that, because it's like, okay, now you give a lot of money to a veteran pitcher. Do we move on from Freddie Peralta, try to get something in return now? We got a veteran at the top of the order. We got some young guys we're going to hand the ball to. Very possible. I don't think that's off the table. Mark Anasio, Matt Arnold, both said separate cases, individual cases. I still feel like they're not actively shopping Freddie Peralta. But if there's a phone call, Matt Arnold will listen. He may not even counter, but he'll listen to see what they have to offer. And if there is an offer that's like, dang, we really can't bypass that, then maybe there is a conversation and maybe they're open to it. But it'd be like, yo, what up? That's what you're offering? All right, thanks. We're going to hold on to him. Could be something simple. Just listen. There's nothing wrong with just listening. Just listening doesn't mean you're actively shopping him. It doesn't mean that you're looking to move him. And I think that's still status quo or still what the Brewers and Matt Arnold are doing when it comes to Freddie. They open up the season with Freddie and Woodruff. They're happy as a clam. If they move him and they bring in a bunch of guys that they like, they're happy as a clam. It fits, and that's always going to be out there with Freddie. In this offseason, it fits a pattern that the Brewers have done over the years with Burns and Williams. But remember, though, too, Burns was set to make almost double what Freddie's going to make this year. Freddie's making $8 million. That's nothing for the caliber of a pitcher that Freddie Peralta is. So that is a little bit different. But also remember, too, they could go the Willie Adames route, hold on to Freddie Peralta, play it out, and then maybe get a pick if he leaves. Maybe somehow you're able to re-sign him. I don't know. I kind of feel like they're going to, Freddie Peralta, if I had to pick one side, Freddie Peralta, I think, pitches for the Milwaukee Brewers in 2026. I feel like they're going to do that. And I feel like they're going to open up with a starting rotation of Freddie, with Woodruff, with The Miz, and then you've got two spots between Quinn Priester, Chad Patrick, Logan Henderson, Robert Gasser. You throw a little Tobias Myers in there. You got options. Maybe they find another veteran starter to throw in there as like that fifth starter. And then you kind of bookend it. And you throw maybe a combo start of Priester and somebody, and those other guys are like long relief guys coming out of the pen. The point is, with Woodruff back in the fold, assuming Freddie Peralta is going to be with the team, you've got options. You got a little bit more flexibility in terms of needs that you have to address in the offseason. If you didn't bring back Woodruff and you got Freddie, maybe you're looking for another veteran like they did with Jose Quintana. But as of right now, as things stand on November 19th, 2025, I would say starting pitcher is not their biggest need in the offseason. It's going to go find another bat, maybe an upgrade at shortstop. Ortiz is a fantastic defensive shortstop, but we need more offensive production. Maybe it's finding a third baseman where you move Durbin to second base and then Terang goes to shortstop. Maybe it's finding another platoon for first base. I've been on the Ryan O'Hearn bandwagon. I think he would be a great fit in Milwaukee. Platoon between DH, first base. He can even give you some outfield play. Maybe that's kind of your Jake Bauers replacement, but a little bit better of a version of a Jake Bauers. But with this, as of right now, and I know money is a thing when it comes to the Brewers and budgets and planning on who they're going to sign and all that. It gives them a little bit of flexibility in terms of the positions they have to address. Not flexibility in terms of money, but flexibility in terms of who maybe they can target, what positions they got to get better at. Because as of right now, honestly, I wouldn't mind if the Brewers tried Terang at short, and they did in spring training last year. And it looked like Terang was maybe going to be the starting shortstop until he had some shoulder fatigue. And I don't know if that's going to be a thing moving forward, but give it another go. Durbin at second, which is his more natural spot. Because I think you got to keep Durbin in that lineup. And if you can get a power guy to go play third, I think that's a win. With those questions, and the other question mark I would say with this offseason for the Brewers is, what's the plan at center field, Art? Is Garrett Mitchell going to be the guy? Can he stay healthy? You feel bad for the guy, but can he stay healthy? Corner ones are locked down. Chirio and Frelick, good, gravy. Blake Perkins, great fourth outfielder. But is Garrett Mitchell going to be the guy? Can he stay healthy? That's the biggest unknown with him. but if we have an opening day lineup, and I know we got months yet till opening day, but if that opening day lineup is going to go something like, and the other side too, Contreras is going to get arbitration unless they agree to a another 1-year deal or something like that. He's going to get a little bump in pay too, so that factors into this. But if they have an opening day lineup of a Contreras, a Terang, Durbin, let's just say Andrew Vaughn right now at first, a newbie at third, that gives you a little bit of power, Chirio, Frelick, Yelich at DH, and then Garrett Mitchell at center field. Freddie Peralta is your opening day starter. How do you feel about that lineup? I feel good, not knowing who that third baseman is, but assuming maybe it's a free agent signing that is a little bit of a power bet. Okay. Let's see it play out. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll switch gears. Cello football here this morning. Packers returning to practice. It's Vikings week, in case you guys didn't know. Vikings week. Rivalry week. Big game for both these ball clubs. All right, let's talk a little football coming up. Catching up on a couple texts that I missed here. Brandon said, I'm a little behind on the stream because I paused throughout my workday, but earlier when you were talking about 6'7", it reminded me of something that happened last night. I coached fifth grade boys at basketball. One of my players asked how tall I was. I replied 6'7". That was a mistake. The whole group of kids started yelling 6'7" and doing the juggling motion. Should have made them run ladders the rest of practice, but all I could do was laugh. How has that thing just gotten out of control? Oh, I am waiting for the day that is just like for my kid to say, Dad, that's old. I'm waiting. I want it to happen sooner rather than later. Oh my God. I mean, is this like, okay, I was a 90s kid. Is this like our booyah or all that and a bag of potato chips and stuff? Is that the thing now? Is that our 90s version of that? All that and a bag of chips, booyah. What were some of the other ones out there? But Tippecanoe region, going back to the Bucks here quick. Could Giannis' injury be a good thing for the future? Maybe the rest of the team learns how to play more together and learn to fight for wins. It could be. You know, obviously, I think we would all want Giannis out there. But I get what you're saying, Tim. And I hope so. I hope that's the case. Possibly. We'll see. They're going to have to win games. They're going to have to do that. I was reading a little bit from Matt Schneidman did a mailbag piece for The Athletic. Matt Schneidman, who covers the Packers and such. And I always kind of chuckle at some of these questions. Like one person asked him, why does Luke Musgrave look like a drunk Bambi deer anytime he runs? I never thought of it that way. But I'm sorry. It kind of is. Watch Luke Musgrave run routes. Sometimes it looks awkward. And struggles to stay on his feet at times. I don't know what it is. Matt responded, it's not graceful, I'll say that. Musgrave not being able to stay on his feet kind of started as a joke, but it looks more like a reality after Sunday's game. Yeah, but that is a fantastic comparison. Whoever at Scalps Trading is on Twitter, well done. Well done. But, you know, obviously a lightning topic this week has been, and for all season in the last couple of weeks, has been Jordan Love. And one of the questions was, why is the national narrative around Jordan Love so toxic? Many national voices seem to think he's a bum, whereas the advanced analytics point to him being elite. Is it the drops, inconsistency of the offense, style of YOLO balls, or that he's not a Hall of Famer like Favre or Rodgers yet? Matt responded by saying, I can't speak for others and how they craft their opinions, but what I think of Love from watching pretty much every snap of his career is that he's a guy with whom you can absolutely win a Super Bowl with. Are there occasional confounding moments? Of course, most quarterbacks have them. Just look at Josh Allen, Sam Darnold in recent weeks. Love's talent is undeniable. His ability to throw on the run, his accuracy on and off platform, and his arm strength are just a few traits most of the league's quarterbacks would love to have. If you don't care for the eye test, he ranks third in offensive pass EPA per dropback behind Drake May and Allen per True Media and eighth in passer rating. And I think it kind of goes back to, we were throwing out yesterday, what does Love have to do outside of win a Super Bowl to maybe change that narrative? What else does he have to do? So, I don't know if you're still listening, Surveyor, but maybe you kind of like that response. So, Packers will be back at practice today in preparation for their game against the Vikings this week. Be an interesting day at practice, too, because on one hand, will Josh Jacobs practice? Will Jordan Love practice? I don't think there's any question Jordan Love's going to play, but how do they manage this week with him with that shoulder? Quay Walker Some of the other guys, too, a little bit banged up from that game, Zach Tom and such. Matthew Golden. How do they manage this workload this week for those guys, knowing it's a short week next week, too? I think that's a factor in this thing. For some of these guys who are banged up, for some of these guys who are hurt, how do they manage the workload this week? How does it affect their game designations for Sunday, knowing you have a huge game on Thursday, a division game going up against the Lions? I think it has to be a part of the game planning. Has to be a part of the thought process, especially when it comes to a guy like Josh Jacobs. It's also going to be an interesting day to see whether Jaden Reed is going to be opening up that 21-day practice window. Marshawn Lloyd. I wouldn't hold your breath on whether whether Jaden Reed's going to play this weekend, even if he does practice. Don't hold your breath on that. I mean, they have 3 weeks to ramp him up, to get him ready. I mean, he's coming off of 2 surgeries, okay? Shoulder and foot. It's not like it's, just he's been resting. It's 2 surgeries. So I don't expect him to play this week, even if he is opening up that practice window today. I know the last couple of weeks he's been working off to the side and such. And I'm sure he's been doing more behind closed doors that we don't see or the media doesn't see. But I wouldn't be putting your eggs in that basket that if Jaden Reed practices today, he's going to be playing this weekend. It'd be a nice surprise. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I'm not going to be all counting on that. And next week might even be pushing it too. The thing is, I would love Jaden Reed next week against Detroit. I would love him. Love him. I want him back ASAP, as soon as possible, because of what he does for this offense, what he gives this offense, that extra element, the variations that he can give you within this offense. I would absolutely love that. I don't see him back for these next 2 weeks, even if he is at practice today. But if he is at practice today, it's a positive step. Look at it as a positive step. All right, he's nearing return. He's coming back soon. He's getting there. But it is an interesting week here that Green Bay is going to have to figure out when it comes to these guys that are banged up, to these guys that are hurt. How do you manage this week? Knowing you have a short week, not only just a short week, but a huge divisional game against the Lions in their house. That place is going to be rocking. You beat the Lions earlier this week. You know you're going to get a little bit of a chip, okay? Players can't really focus on the Lions because this game against Minnesota, you better not overlook Minnesota. I view Minnesota as a must-win. With this schedule, with these final 7 games, and with how tight the NFC is, with how tight the division is, it's almost like the playoffs have now started for a team like the Packers and a lot of these teams in this NFC conference and in the NFC North. And do not this is a big game for both Minnesota and Green Bay. Minnesota to kind of get back into this race, to kind of get off this schneid. They want to get some confidence going here, build off some success, get J.J. McCarthy right, get this offense flowing. Maybe kind of a, quote, save your season type of game going up against Green Bay. But on the flip side, too, Green Bay, you can't be losing much more of these conference games, let alone division games. If you want to get to the postseason, if you want to maybe still win the division, have a chance for that, still kind of control your destiny, you want to get to that point, you got to win this weekend's game. And with the way McCarthy has been playing, the accuracy issues, hopefully that's still the case here because, I mean, in any other day, JJ, Justin Jefferson and such, with the cornerbacks group, I'd be nervous. But, I mean, McCarthy's almost, the way he's been playing here as of late, is kind of the equalizer in all this. Because if he's going to miss his throws and he's going to be inaccurate and just continue to, let's call it, play some subpar quarterbacking. It's the equalizer when you're going up against an incredibly talented wide receiver like Justin Jefferson. That's the equalizer, is the bad quarterback play. If you're worried about Jefferson potentially matched up with Nixon or whomever. And if he's going to come into Lambeau and play like that too, take advantage of it, Green Bay. Got to take advantage of it. Or here's the other thing. How about you don't let him gain some confidence, okay? I want to see Green Bay's defense come out hot right away, just like aggressive right away, and try to rattle McCarthy right away. Don't let him get comfortable. Don't let him get into a little bit of a zone. Because I got to imagine Kevin O'Connell this week is going to try to figure out ways, hey, how do we get McCarthy in a groove right away? How do we get him comfortable right away? How do we build his confidence right away? Maybe a little bit shorter passes. Maybe getting the running game going. Maybe some easy throws. Then on the counter side of that, if you're Jeff Hafley, how do I stop that? How do I rattle his cage right away? How do I get Micah Parsons to just wreck him? How do I get the other guys involved? Maybe it's Quay Walker. Maybe it's Edgerrin Cooper. Maybe it's bringing a safety down to get after him right away. That's the chess match between those two. That is going to be a fun chess match between those two. And then on the flip side, if you're Green Bay's offense, how do you start off hot, though, too? We talk about Jordan Love, and we talk about this Packers offense finding a rhythm early. And I think that's getting the ball to Christian Watson early. Getting the ball. Who's your best playmaker on offense right now from outside the quarterback? And if Josh Jacobs isn't playing, who's the best one? Right now, for me, I'd probably go Watson. Dobbs is your safety net. But if you want to get into a little bit of a rhythm right away, I want to see them get Watson involved. I want to see them get Matthew Golden involved a little bit more. Get into that rhythm early. Get into the passing game. Get into that rhythm early. Build that confidence. Build that flow right away so we're not just kind of like slugging along, relying on our defense to keep the opponents, scoring at a minimum or shutting them out, and then finally we kick it in our own butts and get going and start to put up points. Let's get a rhythm going, and let's it's at Lambeau. We got people probably at Lambeau, I hope at least, not going deer hunting that day to go watch Packers Vikings. Let's reward them with the W. Okay? By the way, if you're a Packers fan, you're going to go deer hunting and you're not going to go to the game and you got tickets, make sure you're selling them to Packers fans. Okay? Don't want to have to see purple and all that in the stands. I want to see a bunch of blaze orange and green. That's what I want to see. But this is a must-win. A must-win. It's hard. It's hard not to focus on the Thanksgiving Day game against Detroit. I get that. I understand it. We as fans, we can. That team cannot. Should not. They don't have the luxury to. You've got to take care of business against a team that's going to come in desperate for a win. That's going to look for ways to get their young quarterback, their inexperienced quarterback, into a rhythm, into a groove. Don't allow it. And then on the offensive side, you got to find that rhythm right away yourself. But I understand from a coach's perspective and from a team perspective, they got to find that fine balance this week. Because even though it's a must-win, in my opinion, it's a must-win, how do you manage? You got a banged-up team. So how do you manage that to make sure that we still have these guys, or we have these guys ready to go for a big-time game on Thursday against the Lions? It's that fine balance. All right, we got to take a quick break. But we'll be back with more coming up in just a couple minutes. Jake from State Farm is calling his shots. The Packers aren't the only thing that's feeling a must win. I just had a giant show up last night into the food plot. I'm going to dig in like the Packers T-line and get it done tonight. Calling his shot. Best of luck, man. Make sure you let us know if you have any luck. All right? Anybody has any luck. Whether it's bow or rifle this week. Don't forget, we've got that posted up on our Facebook page, the Sports Talk Facebook page. Comment with your picture of your trophy, okay? So show it off for the rest of us and make some of us, including myself, jealous of what of your trophy. So best of luck. Be safe, everybody that's going hunting this, right now, maybe doing some bow hunting, but also for the 9-day deer gun season. Reminder tomorrow, we'll have Jake Boakes on for a little extended version. So if you have any questions before the opener this weekend for our DNR Warden friend, text them on over. Also, final call, too, for our upcoming episode of the Man Cave podcast. Final call for anybody that has a hunting story that they want to share. It could be a deer you got, maybe the big one you missed, but maybe it's just a good memory of hanging out at family and friends at deer camp. And then traditions that you have. I'm looking for some to share. So if you're willing to do that, hit me up with an email, mancavepodmail@gmail.com. All one word, mancavepodmail@gmail.com. Final call. I need them by today. So we have Jordan on the video stream as well saying, going back to Jordan Love, nothing. The Love haters who've despised him since day one will never be happy with him. They're rooting for him to fall so they can say, I told you so, instead of wishing him and the team success. I can see that. And that just boggles my mind. Because I'll admit, I did not like the Jordan Love pick. I hated the Jordan Love pick. That was the COVID year. We did a virtual draft watch party. And there's the video. I threw my hat. I was mad. I was upset. I cracked a Zima, for crying out loud. I did not like the pick. Boy, am I glad I'm wrong. And I would agree with you, Jordan. I think there is an inability for some to just say, yep, I was wrong. And you see it a lot on social media, too. Like, as soon as – this is what bugs me. And I don't know if it's kind of related, but it bugs me when you have people make game picks. Like, mostly from like, pregame shows, national pregame shows. And nobody picks this team. Nobody would pick this team to win, right? It's a mismatch. And then the underdog wins. What does that underdog Twitter account do? They call out everybody for picking them out. And it's just like, or fans get upset. It's like, chill out. You're picking a game. Okay? Yeah, they got it wrong. Good for you. Just be happy about the win. You don't have to go out there and just like call out every little thing. Like, that stuff just bugs the peep out of me. And I think you're right, Jordan, in that aspect where a lot of people I feel like sometimes they'd rather be proven right instead of just being happy that their team is winning some ball games. And they're just holding on for that one moment. See, told you. I do think there is a little bit of that with Matt LaFleur at times too. I feel like there's some that just, they will root against him because they want him gone. They want a new head coach. I want Matt LaFleur to succeed. Just the same as I wanted Mike McCarthy to succeed. Because that means the team is winning. I'm not going to actively root just because I don't think he's the right coach. I don't agree with his play calling. I don't agree with his schemes. I don't agree with his game planning. I'm still going to root for the guy because that means the team is winning. I don't like to change coaches every couple years, every few years. So while I may disagree or not think what he's doing is the right thing, knowing he's 500 times smarter than I am, I may disagree with it. I may not like it. And I may see some issues that are like, okay, is that a coaching problem? I'm still going to root for the guy because I want him to succeed, because that means the team is succeeding. And I feel like there is some of that when it comes to the head coach and Matt LaFleur. Same with the quarterback, with Jordan Love. And I never quite understood that kind of mindset that some fans have. I feel like they would just rather see that stuff happen, to see them prove themselves right, instead of like, hey, got it wrong, man. I was way off. But boy, am I glad I was wrong. You know, similar maybe a little bit to 08. I wanted Favre back. I wanted Brett Favre back. I wasn't sold on Aaron Rodgers. We're coming off an NFC Championship game. Rodgers, in his limited time, seemed like he was getting hurt all the time. Preseason, I was like, meh. Yeah, he had the Dallas game there a little bit, but it's like, gosh, I'm glad I was wrong too. So glad I was wrong. It's okay. Just say but man, yeah, I agree, Jordan. The more we're talking about that, I agree with that. I think it's just the mindset. I hope Jordan Love just dominates. I hope he wins multiple Super Bowls. Even if he does win a Super Bowl, depending on how he wins a Super Bowl, how the team wins a Super Bowl, I'm sure they'll be like, well, they won it in spite of him. It's kind of like that's the McCarthy thing. Well, he won. They got a Super Bowl in spite of him. They got a Super Bowl because of Rodgers. But let's not give McCarthy credit for helping develop Rodgers into the quarterback that he became. We all had our issues with McCarthy as head coach, as play caller, or his, willingness, or whatever you want to call it, to hold on to his assistant coaches a little bit too long. His loyalty maybe was a little bit too strong, Dom Capers and such. Definitely at fault there. But let's still give the guy credit for a lot of the stuff that he did do in Green Bay too. And I think it goes back to, I don't know. But good point, Jordan. Good point. So, really quick, George says, I agree with you on LaFleur. I can't stand the man, and I still feel we will never win a Super Bowl with him as a head coach, but I would be very happy to be wrong. Yeah, see? Exactly. I want to be wrong. Glad I really got all the honestly, here's the thing. The next quarterback they draft, I'll probably be wrong about again. I'll probably be pissed that they drafted a quarterback in the first round in, let's say, 10 years. Whatever it is, I'll be pissed that they do it because they're wasting a pick when they got Jordan Love on there, and they should be using that pick to help him out. Even though I've gone through this twice now, I'll probably still be pissed in 10 years that they drafted somebody or drafted a quarterback instead of somebody like a wide receiver maybe to help out Jordan Love. And 15 years later, be like, yep, got that wrong. Again. Fooled me 3 times. They've already fooled me twice, so we keep saying, what are the odds they're going to keep doing that? I know the odds are low, but still. All right, picks time. We got hockey. We got basketball. Let's do that as we wrap up this hour. So, quick break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, let's wrap up this craziness on this Wednesday morning with some picks. We got a few hockey games, little more than a few basketball games to get to. Let me actually bring up, what do we got? Any what's the college hoops schedule look like? Do we have time to do all that? Well, we'll see. Big win by Michigan State last night, by the way. 83-66 over Kentucky. Yeesh. And then Duke taking down Kansas. So we had a couple of ranked games last night. We got Arizona versus UConn tonight in a 4-3 matchup. Heck yeah, that's going to be a good early season one. We got Marquette in action tonight. We got Alabama and Illinois. Yeah, we'll do some college basketball. So let's start off with the NHL world, though. Here we go, Wednesday. Edmonton taking on the Capitals. Ooh, I kind of like that one. I'm going to go Capitals. Let's go Calgary, Buffalo. I'll ride with Buffalo. Carolina, Minnesota. Got to go Carolina. And Boston taking on Anaheim. Got to go with the Mighty Ducks, baby. So let's do the NBA schedule. This is a really good game. Houston at Cleveland. I'm going to go Houston. I'll roll with Houston with this one. Charlotte at Indiana. Give me Charlotte. Toronto at Philly. Ooh, I'm going to go Philly. Golden State at Miami. Give me the Warriors. We've got Washington taking on Minnesota. Give me the T-Wolves. Denver at New Orleans. Denver. Kings at OKC. Knicks, Dallas. Give me the Knickerbockers. Bulls, Portland. Chicago's favorite, but I might go Portland just because Chicago stinks on the road. So I'll go Portland for this one. Let's do some college hoops. We got some good matchups tonight. So if you're into the college basketball mood, here we go. Arizona, number 4, Arizona taking on number 3, UConn. I'll go UConn. If it was in Arizona, I'd probably go Arizona, but I'll give home court advantage to UConn in this one. And then let's do, I did say Marquette was in action, right? Yeah, Marquette, Dayton and Marquette. Marquette wins. That could be a little bit of a closer game. I'll go Marquette. Alabama at Illinois. I'll go Illinois. Number 11, Alabama at number 8, Illinois. Quick update on the basketball rankings, just in case. I know we've been a couple weeks in and such. Not a ton of movement, except for Illinois really jumping up in the rankings. They moved up 6 spots in the latest rankings, and a lot of it had to do with win against Texas Tech, number 11 Texas Tech. So another opportunity for them to add a signature win early on and maybe even climb up in the rankings more. But Purdue, number 1, Houston 2. They've been flip-flopping back and forth. UConn, Arizona, Duke, Louisville, Michigan, Illinois, BYU, Florida rounding out your top 10. So your Big Ten teams, I mean, you've got Purdue in there. You've got Michigan. You've got Illinois. You throw in Michigan State with a big win against Kentucky. They're going to move up quite a few spots in the latest rankings. You got UCLA at 19, and then Wisconsin at 23. Wisconsin has a chance with their game against BYU to move up quite a bit in the rankings too. This is the opportunity, or this is the time of year if you're going to make some big leaps and bounds in these rankings, is to win these early matchups against ranked teams like that. That's why you see Illinois moving up 6 spots right away. So chance for Wisconsin, I would say if they beat BYU on Friday, they're easily in the top 20, maybe even approaching top 15. But still pretty darn early. And Indiana's just on the outside looking in, getting some votes. They started off 4-0. Indiana basketball, I know they're actually 25th in the coaches poll. Maybe getting a little bit of inspiration from their football team. I mean, their big win was against Marquette and winning handily 100-77. So also took down Milwaukee, but maybe getting a little inspiration from their hoops team. You look at the Big Ten overall, and we haven't gotten to conference games, but every Big Ten team with their schedule, with their games that they have played, every team is undefeated in the Big Ten except Minnesota, which is 4-1 overall, UCLA, which is 4-1 overall, and they're ranked. Washington's 4-1. Maryland's 3-1. Every other Big Ten team undefeated so far this season. I get it, quality of opponents and such, but still, kind of a cool thing to see. So, All right. Only a couple minutes left. Tomorrow, little Tailgate Outdoors Thursday as we get set for the opener on Saturday. Jake Bolks will be joining me about 8 o'clock answering your questions. So whatever questions you have for our DNR warden, send them on over. All right? Text them on over. He'll be in studio to answer those. After that, Tim Kaiser from Whitetail Partners, he's going to be joining me. We're going to talk a little bit about the opener coming up this weekend. Talk some deer hunting too. You got questions for Tim? Maybe some tips, some hunting advice that you're looking for? That's why he's coming in too, to help answer a lot of your questions. So we got the DNR warden coming in to answer any rules, regulation questions. Tim for any hunting tips, all that stuff as we get set for opening weekend. Also tomorrow, Fantasy Football Thursday. So Fantasy Football Thursday. It's going to be a busy day tomorrow. So we'll talk with Eric Bulkman. If you got any questions, let us start to text those on over because Week 12 already begins tomorrow too. So playoff time coming up here for some fantasy leagues. If you have any questions, text those on over anytime from now until 9 o'clock tomorrow, and then we can get those to Mr. Eric Bulkman to help set your fantasy football lineups. So definitely a busy program tomorrow. We'll talk some more green and gold after the Packers practice today and get some updates from the coach. Have a fantastic rest of your Wednesday. Big thanks for everybody participating, hanging out. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Love chatting with you. Let's do this again. Same place, same time, tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. We'll talk to you then.